We are live. It's Saturday night live stream. I'm Tony Bruno, and we have Gonzo and Man tonight. How you guys doing?
Great.
Amazing.
Couldn't be better.
Good. How's the week been?
It's been an interesting week.
Yeah.
Has there been any major news this week? I feel like the news, because I don't know about you guys, but I forgot that, there was an election and everything. Like, it just kind of slipped my mind. I've been able to kind of get away from all that for a little bit.
I think everybody's trying to do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
What I did is I've limited my news.
Yeah.
Because it makes you anxious.
Yeah.
And I decided that I don't think it's a good idea. So that's kind of what I've done is limited the news to maybe an hour, like watching Tucker or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Carlson, but yeah, that's it. So
I just click on the pages and catch the headlines a couple times a week or so, and that's it for me. That's it for me.
Yeah.
I don't have cable. I don't use cable television. I have Netflix and all for movies or whatever the hell, if we want movies or whatever, but I don't use cable TV. I don't watch cable TV.
Yeah, I don't either. It's just a waste of money for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. I mean, I'm so used to it that I have all the pay channels, because I have, AT&T, I have HBO for free, and I get such a good deal. So I have Showtime, Movie Channel, all that stuff. So, it's if I paid probably what most people pay, I probably wouldn't have it. So
Wouldn't be worth it. Yeah.
But we got Anthony Velasquez. You guys remember Anthony, right?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There he is.
Anthony, how you doing, buddy?
So Anthony.
Yeah, we've got I put the StreamYard link in the chat, so anybody wants to join in, feel free to click that link, jump backstage, and it's open. So
let's get some good conversations going on.
So let me explain to everybody what happened with last week's stream. We had some, we'll call it some technical difficulties. StreamYard was not cooperating. So there's a possibility that there will be some highlights from last Saturday night. And we'll see what happens with that. But the StreamYard link just didn't seem to download, or is it upload properly to YouTube without looping and some other crazy things going on. So, but yeah. So Gonzo, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You're an artist, okay?
Yes.
Can your art? How often do you sell your art? Do you do commissions?
I do commissions. It's an interesting thing because normally like art isn't my main gig, but I do make a lot of art. I do most of the time it's for book covers and it's for other projects, like if people want an album cover for their music or what have you. And so usually I'll do something like that. Yeah, and I mean I've gone to different conventions and stuff like that and events, and so I kind of have a rap for being a horror artist. So I do a lot of dark themed sort of stuff, but I kind of like a little bit of everything. So
now I was checking out. I mean, your art really reminds me of it, and I don't know if I have the right guy, but is Rick Rubin the artist who did the work for is that his name?
Rick Rubin. Let me look him up.
Is he the artist that did the work for the Grateful Dead? I might have the wrong name.
Yeah, I don't know who did the Grateful Dead art.
Yeah, that might be the wrong name. I don't know.
He's a record producer.
Yeah, that I know, but I wasn't sure if he did it or.
Let's see, he is. It looks like he's just a record producer. Let me see who did the Grateful Dead art, because that's a good question. Grateful Dead art. Who did that?
I love these streams because I get to smoke a pipe.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. I like having something in my hand or sipping on something during a chat, you know?
Yeah.
I enjoy it. I like to toast my cigars that I roll with a torch, but I don't like to light them with the torch. I like to light them with a soft flame.
Now, you rolled that cigar, correct?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I didn't put too much aesthetics into this one. I have better work, but it's pretty nice. Yeah, it didn't come out too bad. I'm getting better with my the fillers. Getting the right amount of filler for the cigar where it's even and the draw is nice is the trickiest part. You know, everything else can come together pretty easily, but it's the filling of the cigar that is the most skillful part.
Yeah, no, I looked into it once, and because I thought, you know, what's it like to roll a cigar, and it seemed like it was actually pretty involved, but like it seemed like a step out of my league.
So, what did you find out about the artist for the Grateful Dead?
It seems like there's actually several artists. So here on Wikipedia, it says the Skull and Roses design was composed by Alton Kelly and Stanley Mouse, who added lettering and color, and respectively to a black and white drawing by Edmund Joseph Sullivan. And he seems like an old school artist. And yeah, Stanley Mouse seems to be involved, but there's multiple artists. So,
well, it's kind of got that 60s vibe, that whole kind of
trippy psychedelics.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot going on there. When you look at it, you can see a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, no, that they did have a very like specific sort of style. The Grateful Dead.
Have y'all seen the series? Oh damn! Now I can't remember the name of it. Have a Nice Trip. A documentary on LSD.
I've never seen it.
So what are you saying to us?
I'm saying it was fun. It was a fun watch.
I'll have to check it out. You know, actually, this is an interesting thing because I've had people, you know, with all the talk about, there's been some talk about drugs recently because, you know, there's a debate about legalizing marijuana and legalizing other things like heroin and meth and the great debate over all that. And in the arts, there's this debate that like how important are drugs to art, and I think personally that whole thing is kind of just a mess. I don't think I think if you need drugs to be an artist, then that's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to show everybody who's watching this and going to watch this, I'm going to show them some of your art.
Cool.
This is what Gonzo drew from last week's stream. It is all the things we talked about. We've got the pills. We've got the skull. Gonzo, tell us what's all in there. I can see how the cow ate the cabbage down there. I see the mouth.
How the cow ate the cabbage. We got some. I don't know why there's teeth in there. I just threw some teeth in there. We got the hat. We got this hat in there. We've got the some masks. We got some eyeballs. We got some waves. I don't know. There's some stuff is just in there because it's in there. We got a guitar, some music notes. So.
And of course, we got the foot because we talked about the gout.
There you go.
Yeah.
But this is Gonzo's artwork. This is from last Saturday night's live stream. I think it's pretty sharp, man. I loved it. I can't, you know, I printed it out. I'm actually going to frame it. So I've got this one and the small one. Probably put the small one in the in my office. So I love that kind of art. I think that's incredible.
Yeah, let's see. I do several different styles, and so that's kind of one of the things I'll do. Sometimes I do line art. Have you guys heard of the artist Gan Wilson?
No.
He's I think he started out doing stuff in like Playboy and things like that, but he's like a macabre, like dark humor sort of artist, and he draws like a lot of monsters and stuff. He's just really fun. So I like his kind of style of work. And then when I'm not doing that, I'll do. Lately I've been getting into charcoal, and so like you see, I've got that in there. Do some different things with charcoal, which is kind of fun. I haven't touched it in a long time. Sometimes I'll just experiment. I'll just doodle.
That's nice. You know, when I was a kid, the type of drawings that I would make, and I drew, I enjoyed drawing, but it was more along the lines of comedy. Are y'all familiar with the Far Side Gallery?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so me and my cousins would get together and we would just like draw these, you know, scenes of weird, funny looking guys, and they were doing silly stuff, you know, and we would just sit there and crack up laughing over that. And it was very sort of the Far Side Gallery style, you know, and it was a lot of fun.
Who was the artist in the Far Side?
Can't remember his name. I can't remember his name.
Far Side. Gary Larson, is that it?
There you go, Gary Larson. Yeah.
Wow, that is an old memory right there. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't read his stuff in a long time, but I remember I used to have all this. There was like the collections of volumes of the Far Side Gallery. I had a bunch of those.
Hey, is my microphone picking up a dog barking?
Yeah.
It is.
Definitely.
Okay. If she keeps barking, I'll go put her up.
But yeah, the Far Side Gallery is great.
Oh yeah. I mean, that even adults can appreciate that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin and Hobbes, the Far Side Gallery, those were things that do y'all remember the Archie comics?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. I mean, you know, to me, growing up, the Sunday paper with the comics, that was a big deal.
Which one was your favorite, Tony?
Oh, geez. I'm going to have to say, wow. Geez, that's a long time ago. I know I used to like what's called the Family Circus. Do you remember that?
Yeah, vaguely.
Dennis.
Do y'all remember, what's his name, Dagwood? He slept all the time.
Dagwood.
Remember Dagwood and his wife, and he was always on the sofa, and he was just like eating something or drinking something all the time, and he was always passed out on the sofa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They had some of those are really clever. They were really funny.
Yeah.
I remember watching the cartoons. I mean, you know what? It's funny is like all these cartoons that I used to watch growing up, like Bugs Bunny and just a lot of the Looney Tunes. Do you know they've changed those to make them politically correct?
I didn't know that.
I know they remade them and they kind of made them unfunny. I didn't realize they went like politically correct with
them. Like they didn't like Bugs Bunny used to come out in blackface and do Al Jolson.
Oh, yeah.
You know, of course that's not, that's not politically correct, and you don't want that out. I used to love Looney Tunes. So
yeah. Tom and Jerry, Roadrunner was. I pulled up some Roadrunner videos about a year ago, and me and my girlfriend were just dying laughing. It was hysterical, you know. Johnny Bravo too.
Johnny Bravo.
There you go. Mashed potato sandwiches and a dag. My grandma used to make me she called it a Dagwood sandwich. That's what she called it. It was a triple. It was a triple decker sandwich, and my grandpa had passed away. Not the one that I was on my dad's side. My dad's dad, and he had passed away, and she needed someone to sleep at the house with her every night. She's this old Italian lady, you know, worried a ton. She worried her entire life, and I'd go over there, and she'd make me a Dagwood sandwich every night. And that was
what's the Dagwood sandwich?
It's a triple decker sandwich with 3 layers of bread. So she knew I like to eat a lot of protein, so she would do loaf of bread. I mean, a slice of bread, ton of meat, another slice of bread, a ton of meat, and then top it off with one more piece of bread. You know, she called it a Dagwood sandwich, and she's the only one that I ever heard say that in my life.
Well, I've heard that before. I just wasn't. I don't remember what it was. You know. Well, there's a lot of old sayings like my grandmother used to call the couch a Davenport. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about a commode?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
water closet.
Yeah.
The
I know
WC.
Anthony Velasquez, go ahead and hit that link. I just want to make sure that it works. I mean, it's the same link I sent to Gonzo and Man here. So if it, I'm not sure why you're not clicking on, but
we couldn't get him in last time.
yeah, I think it took him a couple tries. I don't know why. I think it might depend on your phone. I think he has a Android, so that might be an issue.
Get an iPhone. Get an iPhone.
Get an iPhone, Anthony.
I remember Gonzo said, "Yeah, this show was called Get an iPhone."
Yeah. Yep.
That was the Halloween stream.
Yep. Get an iPhone. Yeah.
It's funny how, like, I went to this MacBook from a PC recently, about 3 months, and still, I think it's the ease of use that is confusing me. Where with a PC, Windows, you click on something, it'll say, "Are you sure?" You're double sure. You know, it always bring up these little boxes. Where what I noticed about Apple products, they're all pretty much similar. So between an iPhone, an iPad, a MacBook, and a desktop, they're pretty similar. So if you can work one, I think you can work them all. But they are a little bit different. They've all got their little little differences that happens when you run them. So when I like help my mom with her iPad, I can usually do a pretty good job, but it's still they're between, again, like the iPhone, the iPad, the MacBook, and a desktop. They're a little bit different. But I think what's kind of has got me a little confused is just the ease of use with Apple products. Like today, I was scanning some building permit applications, and I couldn't figure out. I'm used to like just scanning into the computer, and I wasn't quite sure how to do it with the MacBook. And I know I've done it before, so it was just way easier than I figured. So it took me 2 seconds to figure out. So
I agree.
I think Apple products are just are incredible. I think it's well worth the money. I love the fact that they don't have to boot. You know, I open my computer and it is on. You know, I don't have to watch a little spinning wheel for 10 minutes before it boots up.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I need to upgrade eventually because my computer is it's starting to show its age. It's getting there, but it's held up very well. It has made it through a lot. So
yeah, I think I got this one in 2015.
2015. Yeah, I think I had this one. I got this one in like 2016, something right like that.
I've barely used it though.
Yeah, I have my other laptop is right over here. And the only thing it has on it, it's basically a monitor for my security system. That's all it is. So my security camera is on there. So it's you know, I feel like Scarface, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
I can sleep good at night, okay? Okay. You know, Matty, I can sleep good at night.
Okay. Get an iPhone. Okay.
I remember the first time I seen that movie.
What a great movie. It's one of my all-time favorites.
I think I walked in on the part. My friend had it on, and I walked in, and it was on the part where the guy they were massacring people with the chainsaw. Remember that?
Yeah, that's kind of in the beginning. So
yeah,
you know, but what a great movie.
Yeah,
you know, the world is yours. I took a picture in front of the Manosphere sign. You guys might have saw it on my Instagram, where I was back like this, and the world is yours. And that's what the caption was. And that's the truth. I mean, it is. You know, a lot of people don't think that, but the world is ours. You know, what you make of it.
It's yours to each individual.
Yeah. We got Rob himself in here. First he said hello, and then he said hello. So I know that was a typo, Rob. So hey, Rob, how you doing tonight, buddy? Glad you're here.
How many? We got a few viewers tonight, or what? We got.
Yeah, there's a few in here right now. I think there's like 7, and you know that's one of the reasons too. I wanted to start a little later, but I hope we have some. I hope we have some unusual guests tonight. That's what I'm hoping.
I'm sure we will. The later it gets,
yeah,
the weirder it gets.
Yeah. This is like the After Dark. It's like Tony Bruno After Dark show.
That's right.
I've been looking forward to this.
We're going to let him on. We're not afraid to let you on. That's for sure.
Right.
Now, and we got Anthony Smith here from the UK. Anthony Smith, how you doing, buddy? I'm going to put a link in here. Geez, I wonder what time it is there. Wow. So anybody wants to join the live panel, all you do is click that link right there that I put in the live chat. And what it does is follow the directions. You're going to put your name. If you don't want your name, put put whatever you want to put, a moniker in there. That's fine. Also, what happens is you first come backstage, and I do control it. So, and then I bring you on so you can be live. You can also have an avatar if you'd like, which means if you don't want your picture, your video of you up there, that's fine. You can have an avatar. But I would prefer that you bring your live face in here. Anthony Smith says it is 2:22 a.m. Hey, he looks like me. What the hell? Here we go. I got to show you guys this.
Oh.
You got in on Halloween, so there must be some kind of way.
Come on, Anthony. You can do it, buddy. We got 2 Anthonys. If we can get Anthony Smith and Anthony Velasquez in here, and then then we'll have 3 Anthonys in here, really. So that's good. So, but yeah, so anybody in the live chat that wants to come on, you don't have, if there's, there was, I think Leslie was in here. This isn't just for men. It is for women also. So if you want to jump in and chat, that's fine. I do believe in free speech, so I'll let you know that. I do believe in free speech, but I will tell people that this is my YouTube channel, and I am the dictator of free speech on my YouTube channel. So, but I do, the only thing we don't want here is disrespect. You can say whatever you want. I have no issues with that at all. So, but yeah, as we get along here, I'm sure we'll get somebody else in here for sure. So,
I'm really enjoying this cigar. I cannot lie. It is delicious.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to send me one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to send me one. So,
okay.
And also, whoever's watching right now, last week we tried to do this, and again, we had an issue with StreamYard putting up the live stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a giveaway. The giveaway is for tactical soap, and this is pheromone infused soap. This is the sequel, Durden, Bond, and Maverick, but I'm going to send somebody 3 bars. And what we're going to do in this contest is in the comment section of this video, of this stream, not in the live chat, but in the comment section, I want you to go ahead and tell me the reason why I should send you tactical soap. And you got to really, I really want you in the lower 48. So, and I think this will be just for people in the lower 48. So, but I will send you 3 bars of tactical soap. And what I want you to do after is tell me what you think of it. This is, again, this is all natural. This is the original right here. We got Bond, Maverick, and Durden, which is Tyler Durden from Fight Club, James Bond, and Maverick right here in the middle from, what's the movie?
It's a classic, right?
Yeah. Tom Cruise.
Okay.
I wanted to say the right stuff, but it's not. It's whatever it is. Anyways,
Yeah. Cool.
also there is, if you go to tacticalsoap.com, use my coupon code KING. These are pheromone infused, right here, pheromone infused cologne sticks. So when you need that alpha pheromone boost, you pick up these. And if you go to tacticalsoap.com, use my coupon code KING, you get a nice discount. Also, the sequel is out with the cologne sticks, which is right here. I mean, if you're going to use a cologne, why not have some pheromones in it? I mean, doesn't matter if you're single, married, girlfriend. This is the sequel. I believe this is out. I'm not quite sure yet if this is on the site. I'll have to check. But this is brand new. Of course,
Can you pop the cap off?
Yeah, I will. I will. We're going to pop the cap off of Durden right here. This is Durden. This is sandalwood bourbon. Okay, so it's just like a little cologne stick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop it up.
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah, and you can see it's small. So if you go out, you can put it in your pocket, whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
So what I do is I put it on my beard. Fit, man. A little on here.
There you go.
A little on your neck. It's not overbearing by any means, you know, but it is jacked up with pheromone. In fact, I talked with Scott Carr. He is the owner, and he would have came on tonight, but we'll probably have him next week. So on our stream, I think he's looking forward to it. So
yeah.
Anthony says he doesn't see the link in the live chat. I'm gonna hit it one more time. There. Oh, hang on one second. I got to kind of go back in here on my phone. And for Anthony in the UK, there's the StreamYard link right there. Hey, Gonzo, is there any way for you to check and make sure that's a clickable link?
I'm
sure.
Let me.
I think it's an Android issue. So
it could be. Yeah. Here, let me check because I have it pulled up through StreamYard.
I see the link.
I know it's clickable because it's underlined.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. We're good.
Yeah.
I can.
Oh, there she is, Carolina from Brazil is in the house.
Carolina.
Welcome.
Carolina.
Yeah. In fact, I see Carolina in a lot of the chats. A lot of the chats. She's very vocal. I'll give her a lot of credit. She's not afraid to speak up. That's for sure. In fact, I see her. There's a stream that goes on Saturday nights. I think I mentioned this before, but it's called MGTOW Dictionary. For anybody that doesn't know, MGTOW, MGTOW stands for Men Going Their Own Way. And it is and we had talked about pills last week, but it is what's called a black pill channel. And I think there's it's another philosophy on, I'll call it a philosophy of manhood is what it is.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
They tend to think that the red pill, oh geez, I'm not even sure. I don't want to misquote anybody, but I like listening to, and I do listen, I don't watch many podcasts. I'm usually listening. I think most people are listening. So, but there is I think there's a conflict with those guys between red pill and black pill. Again, to labels and,
Yeah, we know how the red pill feels about the MGTOW, but I'm not familiar how the MGTOW feels about the red pill. You know what I mean?
I'm just so confused. All I know is that there's Tremonte. There he is.
That's not Tremonte from Alter Bridge or Creed, is it?
It could be. We don't know.
That would be great.
Yeah, I think with all these pills and labels and stuff like that, everybody claims they have the truth. I mean, I think that's what it is. And you know what? More power to you, man. If you're out there, sharing something or sharing your philosophy, yeah, more power to you. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually enjoy MGTOW Dictionary. I think it's a I don't necessarily agree with everything they say, but I think it's an interesting show for sure.
You know, I first heard about MGTOW through Elliot Hulse a few years ago, believe it or not. And I was just, something about it just never resonated with me. You know, I understand it very much so. I do truly understand it. But it just sort of never really was something that I was like, you know, hey, let me check this out. I like this, yada, yada. I was just always, I was kind of like, let me keep y'all at bay. I respect you. I hear you. I understand you, but y'all stay right there.
Yeah, the problem is when you get like, we talked about this before, when you get into like this extreme MGTOW is like that TFM, turd flinging monkey.
Okay.
Have you guys heard of him?
I've heard of him.
Well, he lives with a sex doll, and he talks to it,
Okay.
the whole thing. It's kind of
Creepy.
Yeah, no, it's totally but I think that's the first kind of, a lot of times people, the first impression of MGTOW is that's what it is. To me, it's just to me, MGTOW is, you could call me MGTOW right now because I don't plan on getting in a relationship, and I'm not looking for one right now, or not really interested. So you could call me a MGTOW. So look,
Truly, what does MGTOW truly mean, right? Men going their own way.
I think
MGTOW then, because I'm sure as hell going my own way, right?
Yeah.
Who else's way would I be going?
Well, that's it too. I mean, when I had talked to Zach Small, we had a little interview. He had said he's probably the married MGTOW.
Okay.
Which just means, you know, it's men going their own way. But I think some people take it to the extreme. So
yeah, I think you can. I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, I would say that I agree with MGTOW. I'm like down. I'm like, sure, do your own thing, because I agree with the idea that you shouldn't chase women. The only thing you should really be chasing in life is, you know, your paycheck. Get your paycheck, and you know, that's great. Don't be chasing women. I think when you do what you want to do in life, the woman is waiting there.
Of course.
And so
that's
how I see it.
Purpose. You know, my brother always has a saying that says, you know, how does he put it? Pursue excellence, and excellence will pursue you.
Yeah.
Which isn't always the case. I mean, you know, it's true. I mean, but you know, when you are doing an excellent job at life, you will have good things that happen to you, whether it be another woman, you know.
Though, Tony. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it's just about pursuing, though, like pursuing something. It don't even have to be excellence. Pursue something.
Yeah.
Go after something. See what it's about. Play around with it. Enjoy it. If you enjoy it, I feel like if you really enjoy something, chances are you will become great at it. If you enjoy it. I don't think people become great at things. They're like, I don't really care for it. It's okay. I feel like you'll never be great at something unless you really, really enjoy it. Not to say you're going to want to do it every day, especially if it's your business or your livelihood, but you still enjoy it. And that's the precursor to being great at something, I think, is to enjoy it. But yeah, these guys need to be pursuing something. They need to be doing things besides, like, you know, don't be trying to go to the club every weekend and chasing girls if you don't have anything else going on in your life, you know?
Yeah. Not that that isn't fun, you know.
Oh, it's fun, yeah.
I think it's all it's the word chasing. I think that's kind of the key word right there. Everybody frame, you know, chasing skirts, or that term, chasing skirts, you know. So you don't have to chase skirts. So keep yourself in good shape, look good, feel good about yourself. I know again, you know, when we get into the black pill stuff, they say, you know, all you need is confidence, or they say what they're disagreeing with, all you need is confidence. And I'll have to agree with them there. You know? It's like, somebody goes with their coach, their life coach or dating coach, and say he's not a good coach, and he'll kind of fluff a guy up and have confidence and then spank him on the ass and go get the world. That doesn't do much for you. You know what I mean?
Need a little instruction, maybe.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it will have to do with guys who haven't had a father, especially young guys haven't had a father figure in their life.
Right. That's a huge part. Also, confidence comes through doing things, through making moves. That's how confidence comes. You make moves. You'll never get confidence, listening to whoever the hell. You get confidence by making moves, whether it's the right move or the bad move. You'll gain confidence that way. And it's and for guys in their early 20s, mid 20s, late 20s, it gets easier to have more confidence the older you get. I don't know if it's because the experiences that you've had, the curveballs life would throw at you at that point, but you gain confidence. You sort of come into your own the closer you get to 30. At least that was my experience.
Gonzo, what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, it was just making me think, like, the further along you get in life, I think it gets easier to realize that, failure isn't a big deal. Everybody makes a big deal out of failure, but throughout life, you see, like I've seen a lot of people fail, and horrifically, like in the worst ways possible, and then climb up and dust themselves off, and then they make something of themselves, and it's pretty remarkable. So I think when you realize that failure, the people who succeed the most are also the ones who are failing the most. That's because they're getting out there and they're doing it.
They're doing something, right? Mm-hmm. They're making moves. That's it. Make moves.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be the right moves.
Right.
One of the things that irritates me, and I don't know why, maybe it's just overused, is the whole "what doesn't kill you makes you stronger." I don't know why it rubs me the wrong way.
Because it's mainstream.
It's just
mainstream.
Yeah, it's what's her name? Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, the song, yeah.
But that whole, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think it's just been overused. I think it's just kind of it's played as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Or never give up. Never give up.
Yeah.
Say never.
Yeah, that goes right along with live, love, and laugh. Or is that what it is? Live, love, and laugh. Every single one has that hanging in her kitchen. And
they're doing
Eat, Pray, Love.
Right.
Eat, Pray, Love. That's a movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't read the book. I haven't seen the movie either.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I'm not big on the whole motivational cliches. I'm really not. Like, I think motivation's bullshit. I know several guys in the manosphere have videos called "Motivation is Bullshit." I know of one in particular. But yeah, I agree with that. It makes a lot of sense.
The weirdest bit of advice that I heard recently, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of him. He's like one of the old beat writers. His name is Charles Bukowski, and he was a poet. Yeah.
Where was I introduced to Charles Bukowski? But yeah, I know exactly who Charles Bukowski is.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, and I was.
Right. Tell me who that is now.
Yeah, he was a poet and he was a writer, and sort of to give everybody some background on the beat writers, basically they came from an era that was, and I don't really know too much about it, but I know that a lot of them were,
Love that era.
Yeah, a lot of the guys that came out of that were like William S. Burroughs. He was probably like the best known of them, and he was a surrealist, druggy writer, and he wrote books about being on drugs while on drugs, and he was a very weird character. He was a marksman and all this strange stuff. He was a very troubled guy, but a lot of these guys were they wrote very gritty, real sort of.
I like to call them naturalists. A lot of them were naturalists.
Yeah, but what I liked about Bukowski is he on his gravestone it says "Don't try," and I thought that was the weirdest thing to put on your gravestone. And I'm like, what do you mean "Don't try"? And I realized what he meant was that because Bukowski loved writing so much that, I mean, he wrote for 40 years and nobody ever cared about him. Nobody knew who he was. and he became famous later in his life. And he was like, yeah, you know, I'll probably be really well known after I'm dead, and you know, that's fine. But he said, don't try. And the reason why he said that was because his philosophy was like, if you have to try to do something, then maybe it's not really worth doing. Like it's like if you don't really love it if you have to try doing it.
It's sort of like, I think Bob Marley has a quote that says, the one who wins the race is the one who doesn't race at all. Something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of kind of is what I think Bukowski was talking about. Don't try. Yeah. When I think of Bukowski, this guy, you know, had a big beard, dark-headed fella, sort of, you know, nice, you know, rigid features, and he would just sit in his chair by himself with a cigarette and an alcoholic beverage, and he would just sort of like write, and you know, sort of he was a guy of solitude, but also of personality. You know, when I think of this guy. A very interesting fellow, and a lot of his things are like that. It's like, you know, contradictory towards like people that are motivational style people, and it really makes a lot of sense if you get into their work. I studied a lot by a guy named Alan Watts. I'm sure you probably heard of him, Gonzo.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Alan Watts. Yeah, he's got a rich history, man, and he's a really cool speaker if you listen to him. He teaches a lot of Taoist Chinese philosophy and things back in the 60s. And 70s. Yeah, somewhere around that. Yep, similar to that. Yeah.
There you go. We got a great quote from Yoda.
Yeah. There is no try.
That's great, Anthony. I love that.
I wish we can get him on, but you know, Android users.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, Anthony, we'd like you on here. Carolina, if you want to come on, you are welcome on also. Click that link. Anybody who wants to join the live panel, jump on. We're probably going to be on here for a while. So,
yeah.
Yeah, when you said Bukowski, what was his name?
Charles Bukowski.
Yeah.
For some reason that there was a movie I saw, I'm going to say probably about a year ago. And the guy was a cartoonist, and I think he was from Chicago. He's kind of do you know who I'm talking about?
I mean, there's a lot of those, a lot of cartoonists.
Yeah, but there was a movie made about him. It's just like he was a bald head with the kind of, just a real kind of sappy looking guy. Nothing ever went his way. I'm trying to think of the movie.
It wasn't, it wasn't like the Peanuts movie. Charles Schultz.
Silverstein.
He had a comic book. I'm trying to think what the comic book was. Yeah.
Was it like a superhero comic? Stan Lee?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
God, I wish I could remember his name, but the movie was awesome. It's like wherever he went, nothing went his way. And I'm pretty sure he's from Chicago. So, Gonzo, search that. Chicago comic book writer. And if you say it, I'll know it. It was a great movie.
The only other one I can think of, I don't know where he's from, but what's his name? Scott Adams, who did Dilbert.
No, it's definitely not him. This is a comic book. It's kind of they made the movie. I'm trying to think, did he might have actually played himself in the movie, if I'm correct.
What?
I feel like if he said the name, I would be familiar with it.
Yeah, I would know it. I can't remember the guy's name.
10 best
the beat generation, the beat era was interesting. That's when all them guys were either talking about LSD or doing LSD or tripping on something. You know, they were all about the third eye, out of the physical experience. They wanted to experience the spiritual realm. And Alan Watts used to like to say, people study these things to get a leg up on the universe, you know, to get ahead of most people. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people do drugs and mushrooms to say they find themselves, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if that is reality or not. You know, they say everybody has to experience LSD at least one time in their life, you know, or a trip or
like
whatever
mushrooms
you
and
want to call
stuff.
it. Yeah.
Common for people to say when they've taken acid that they've had an ego death, a sort of an ego death. And I think a lot of these guys did that and they had an ego death. Similar, I think Charles Bukowski experienced that. I would say Alan Watts as well. But these guys would not only just experience like an ego death, but also be able to process it and talk about it and write about it. At the same time, in a weird sense, with using their ego, but also being detached from their ego so they can embody the whole ego death thing. Pretty interesting.
Oh, wait, is it American Splendor?
That's it.
That's the movie?
That's it.
It.
That's
Cool.
it. Am I right, Chicago?
It's about Harvey Pecker.
Yep.
Yeah.
If I would recommend that movie to anyone, American Splendor.
American Splendor.
Yeah, he kind of has that, Oh, now that I know,
Ohio.
he was in the movie. He was in the movie, but now I remember who played him, Paul Giamatti. If you look up the movie, you know who Paul Giamatti is?
Yeah. I've heard
Yeah.
of him.
Yeah. Yeah. I would recommend that movie to anybody. Do you know who Paul Giamatti is? Both you guys?
No.
No?
Yeah, I know him.
What would be have you ever seen the movie Sideways?
Mm-mm.
No.
Great movie. Great movie.
I haven't watched many movies.
Okay. Great movie. It's about wine. It's just they go to the wine country in California. You just got to see that. But yeah, American Splendor. What a great movie. But if Gonzo, check that out. Is it Paul Giamatti who played in that movie?
Yeah, let me check here. It's starring Paul Giamatti.
Yeah. But the what was his name again?
I think it's Harvey Pecker.
Yeah. He actually
Pecker.
has not cameos in the movie, but I don't even know how to put it. It's a great movie. Just watch it. It'll be one of those movies that it's kind of hard to explain, but he's very just like nothing goes his way kind of thing. But they kind of integrate, I guess you'd call it, or his artwork into the movie. So let's say you'll see you're an artist, Gonzo. What do you call it when you have a scene in a comic book?
You have
almost like what do you call it when you're writing a movie? Like a
script?
but what do they call the script? Like a screenplay, but what do they call it when they're actually drawing the characters?
Yeah, I mean, usually it's just called a script. Like if it's a comic book script.
So I think what happens in this movie is, in other words, you see the drawings and then all of a sudden they go into the scene where it comes to life.
It's like a motion comic sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of like that. But it is American Splendor. Dude, I am so glad you got that, because it's probably been 1.5 years, 2 years since I saw that movie, and it was a good movie. So
yeah,
was it an 80s movie?
Oh no, it's when was that?
2003. Hey, wait, let me check. Hang on. Yeah, 2003.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. But and Gonzo, you're an artist. You would love that movie.
Yeah, no, I'm totally interested. Like
American Splendor is I believe he's did you research what he does? But I think it's like a comic book. It's almost like a dark comic book, I think is what it is.
Yeah, is he like a graphic novelist or something? I'm looking, like I tried to pull up some images of his art to see if I recognize his style, and it is kind of ringing a bell, but I'm not sure that I've read. I'm familiar with his work. So, but yeah, I want to check it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. And to me, Paul Giamatti is one of my favorite actors. Have you guys seen The Hangover? Is it The Hangover 3 where they're in Thailand, Bangkok?
Seen bits and pieces, yeah.
Well, that's Paul Giamatti. He plays like the there you go. Yeah. This is like Jeopardy. You're our research guy.
I gotta get the facts.
Yeah. Fact checker.
Fact checking. Yeah. No, I think I just typed. I went to Google. I typed in. Actually, what did I type in? I typed in like Chicago comic book artist movie, and then it came up.
Okay.
So
That's
I don't know
funny.
why it's Chicago. It actually seems like he was from Cleveland, Ohio, but maybe he was in Chicago for a while.
Yeah. Again, it's been a couple of years since I saw the movie, so. But now I want to see.
Found it. So,
Are you Gonzo? Are you familiar with Paul Giamatti?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Great
I've
actor.
seen him around. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I've seen him in actually. Hang on, let me pull up his thing right now because I'm like, what? I know I've seen him all over the place.
Yeah. He was in Planet of the Apes. I think he was one of the apes. But his voice is so recognizable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I remember he did the Joker. He did the Joker once, I think, at one point. Yeah,
Which Joker?
It was like it was one of the animated Batmans, but it was like
okay.
I can't remember. It was very dark. It wasn't like the animated series because that was Mark Hamill, but it was one of the other animated things. But he played like a very kind of gangsterish mob sort of Joker, an older Joker, I should say.
Have y'all ever seen the movie Black Butterfly with Banderas, Anthony? What's his name? The
Antonio Banderas.
Antonio Banderas. Have you ever seen that movie?
No.
Black Butterfly. Black Butterfly. Very, very good movie. Highly recommended.
I'll check it out.
What is American Splendor for 300, Gonzo?
Gonzo's got the internet.
I
can do it, but I just don't want to dump the stream by accident. That's for sure.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I'm the same way. I don't want to click off.
Yeah, I get in a bad habit sometimes. I'll have like a million tabs open with different stuff that I gotta check out. But yeah, I'll check that out. Black Butterfly. Yeah, Paul Giamatti. He was in Lady in the Water by M. Night Shyamalan. Let's see. I'm trying to see what else if there's anything that. Yeah, the Hangover stuff. Let's see. He was in Romeo and Juliet, 12 Years a Slave, Saving Mr. Banks, which I haven't seen.
Saving Mr. Banks.
Yeah, that's the movie about I forget her name. It's the woman who wrote Mary Poppins, and it was about her interaction with Disney and the struggle that she had with Disney because she didn't want Disney to touch her work, and they ended up basically getting her work, and she cried at the premiere of Mary Poppins because she thought that it kind of ruined her whole story. Saving Mr. Banks.
Okay.
But I don't know. People said it was really good. I haven't seen it. I remember Harlan Ellison, the writer Harlan Ellison, came out and he said they made up half of it. Like there's a whole pivotal scene in the movie that never happened. So I have no idea, but
yeah. Anthony Velasquez says the actor from Sideways. Sideways is a great movie, guys. You got to watch it. It's a trip. It's the premise of the movie is they were best friends in college, Paul Giamatti, and it's actually, if you guys remember, Cheers. And I'm trying to think it wasn't Cheers. I'm trying to think where this guy was from, the other actor. He's not a popular actor. Can't think of his name or what. He was in a series. I just don't know the series that he was in. But Paul Giamatti, they were basically, the premise is they were friends in college, and I think they were roommates. And the one guy was an actor in Hollywood. So the one guy is getting married, and Paul Giamatti is kind of his sappy friend. And it's just an incredible, I think it's a weekend or a long weekend before the guy gets married. They spend in wine country. And what was one of the best sayings in that movie is, I think he said something about Merlot, like, I'm not drinking any fucking Merlot, he said. But But yeah, if you get a chance to watch the movie Sideways, it's really good. Really good. Really good movie.
American Splendor and Sideways.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for good movie recommendations. I'm a thriller kind of guy. I like thrillers. You know, I like something that's gonna keep me like locked in the whole movie. I
Well,
like
when you said Mr. Banks, have you guys seen the movie? I think it's called Mr. Brooks with Kevin Costner.
No.
All right. Well, let me tell you, that's a trying to think of the comedian that was in there too. I think it's Dane. Is it Dane Cook? Dane Cook. I think it's Dane Cook and Kevin Costner. Check that out on your computer. Mr. Brooks.
2007.
You talk about a thriller. Yeah.
Yeah, I found it.
The first movie I've ever seen Kevin Costner as a bad guy, and I'll tell you what, he plays a great psycho.
I love that.
Nice.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, any movie with a psycho in it. Like one of my favorite movies is Seven.
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. At the end of that movie, when what's his name, Brad Pitt, at the end, remember when he kept saying, "What's in the box? What's in the box, man?
Yeah.
Tell me what's in the box."
Yeah.
That was intense. That was real intense. I mean,
That's so familiar. What's the name of that movie?
Seven Deadly Sins.
Oh,
yeah, it has Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt. Yeah,
I think I did watch that movie. Yeah,
yeah, and Kevin
I
Spacey.
remember movies sometimes. Yeah,
yeah, that's a really dark movie. That's a really grisly movie.
yeah.
And the first time you saw the movie, you didn't know her. And this is a spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen the movie. So pause it right now if you want. But her head was in the box, his wife's head.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring Carolina in here. There she is.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Now,
I'm not wearing makeup tonight.
oh, that's okay. That's okay. Neither are we. None of us are wearing makeup either. So
That's a good thing, right?
that's awesome. So let me ask you a question. Am I saying your name right? Is it Carolina, not Carolina?
Yes. You can say in Portuguese, my name is pronounced Carolina.
Carolina.
Yes, Carolina Hermes. That's in Portuguese.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
It's an open. But you can call me Caroline, or you can call me Carolina. It's fine.
Well, I think it depends on where in the country we're at, because you got Florida. Actually, this way is Texas, and then down here we got Louisiana. So I would imagine everybody kind of says it different. So
yeah,
you know, but we're going to call you Carolina Hermes.
Thank you. All right, it's fine.
That's funny. Fine. So what are you up to tonight, Carolina?
Tonight, nothing. Tonight, I'm just relaxing at home.
Good. Well, I'm glad you could join us. You know.
Well, tomorrow we have elections here in Brazil.
Oh boy.
Yes, we have mayor. We're choosing mayors and also city councils here.
Okay.
So
you have Dominion voting machines?
Yes, we do. We have those machines. Yes, exactly.
Wonderful. Yeah. So just plug your phone into and just kind of upload whoever you want for 10,000 votes. I mean, that's what they did here.
Yeah. Here's not different.
Yeah.
Wow.
Make it easy.
Yeah, it's not different here. Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was Tucker Carlson who said, I think it was, I don't know where they were talking about the voting, but they dipped their thumb in ink that would stay on your thumb forever to show that you actually voted. What a great idea. How simple is that?
Yeah.
True.
So you stick your thumb in the ink, and I'm sure we're smart Americans. We can make something that shows up under a black light or whatever, and this would be how you voted. This is your proof. So
interesting.
That's true.
And now they want to inject the vote directly into your bloodstream.
Of course they
do. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. So
terrible.
tell us about the China virus in Brazil.
Yeah.
Complicated because I'm a physiotherapist doctor, and I was called to work in a hospital. I quit. I didn't manage to stay there, and I saw several bad things there. Here in Brazil, it's a huge mess when it comes to coronavirus. Some places people wear masks, some places people are not wearing masks. Everybody's doing what they want to do here, actually. That's what's happening here in Brazil. But we have cases, I have several colleagues that they are working with those specific patients, with COVID patients, several all over Brazil. I have them, my colleagues, and it's very bad. When it's bad, it's very bad. So
let me ask you a question. Are you finding these people have underlying conditions? Are they overweight? Are they,
some people have underlying conditions and some people they don't have. So there's a Brazilian woman. She was also a colleague of mine. She was 32 years old. She was pregnant, and then she didn't survive. But she was pregnant, so she was young too. It's for example, my uncle, he caught it, but he has two pre-existent conditions for COVID, and he's doing fine. So it depends on the stage sometimes that it's started treatment, and you can't stop the free fall, as we say here, because you can't stop what's going to happen, So
illness is a part of life.
Yeah.
Disease, viruses.
Could we refer to it though? Really? Could we really? I would really like to refer to it as the China virus. I think that's I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I really do. People will say, "Oh, that's racist," whatever. No, it's the China virus.
No,
they outlawed that here in Texas.
Yeah, they should have let us know that there was something coming over. So,
Yeah. I have to agree with that.
I know in Florida, nobody really cares about it, even though they say they do. They truly don't. I mean, that's the way it is. They can wear all their masks they want, and it's really,
it's
not
a shit show.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of like that's like the general opinion of the South in general. Like Southerners don't give a damn about a virus, like whiskey and some honey. Like,
you know what? It's a harsh
grandma's soup. You know what I mean?
A harsh reality about this is that the China virus might be here to weed out the weak, and it's that simple. It might be a purge.
I see it as a psyop, in my opinion.
Okay, we got 4 Christian believers here, I'm sure. People will say, "Why did God let this happen?" That kind of thing. Gonzo, take that one.
Why did God let this happen? Here's the thing. I think there's spiritual laws, just like, and there's real laws of this world. And we don't even fully understand all of them, right? But I know that the way our bodies work, if your body doesn't have what it needs, it's just not going to work properly. It's going to fall apart. And so I think the thing is I think that in some situations, maybe God can intervene and he can influence things for the good. And obviously, there's things to be said about that. But that being said, people still have their free will and people still make their choices and that sort of thing. And so whenever something bad or evil happens in the world, I think, I think he's, to some extent, he's probably just, he's obligated just to let it happen, because that's the point, is that it's not like, it's difficult to describe, but I think, I think if he went and interfered and so that nothing bad would ever happen, then it wouldn't really be a fair game, would it? So that's how I see it.
No, how many people have said, if there's a God, why is this happening? Why do bad things happen to people?
Because if nothing bad ever happened, nothing good would ever be good, would it? Like, you can't have good without evil.
Mm-hmm.
I see things that happen that some people consider it bad, that are, how can I say, are moments that we show our strength or not. So those are moments that try us for, and in a certain way shape us for the future or for what's to come. That's how I see it. Don't know if I make myself understandable.
I think that's a good point. You reminded me, there's a one of my favorite things on Jesse Peterson, one of his old Bond church services. He told this story about a friend he had who got spinal meningitis and he almost died. And they were both old church friends. And he was saying that, his friend was like doing everything he could to find God and he couldn't find him. He was going to church, he was reading the Bible, he was doing everything, and it just didn't work. And he got spinal meningitis. The doctor said he probably wasn't going to live. He lost his hearing. He just couldn't walk. It just completely disabled him, and he was bedridden. And he said that what happened was he couldn't read the Bible. He couldn't do anything but lay in bed. And while he was there, day after day, just alone, he realized the reason he couldn't find God was because he had no love. And nobody told him that. He just realized it. He realized that he hated his mother. He had anger at his mother. And he had to forgive his mother. And that's what happened. So I think God does work in mysterious ways sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
If you're a Christian, I think that people fall back on Christianity as like a more like a safety net.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a believer, you believe all the time. The part I'm dealing with right now is we talked about this with Michael Foster about what is sin. And if we're a Christian, are we still sinning?
Yeah.
So I saw the last Fallen State with that pastor, and Jesse kept asking him, do you sin? Did you see that yet, Gonzo?
I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh, yeah, you need to watch that. You know what's funny is we ask a simple question. When somebody asks you a question, when somebody evades the question constantly with a whole nother thought process, they just won't answer the question. But he ran, so he ran from the question.
He ran?
Oh, he ran from the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Have anybody here just asked somebody a simple question and they can't answer it?
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
Why do you think that is? Carolina, go ahead.
I think the person, there are many different scenarios that can happen. Maybe the person wasn't prepared for that question, and the person has to think to elaborate about it. Or maybe the person has to lie about it, doesn't want to lie about it and prefer to remain silent. So that's what I think.
Man, what about you?
I mean, they could either lie about it or just say they don't know. You know, and I think either way you can tell whether they're making something up as a liar. So sometimes I just think it's best to say, I don't know, or let me get back with you. You know, let me think about that. I'm kind of practical when it comes to things like that.
Gonzo?
Yeah, I think maybe it's not like the best tactic, but I think people think that it's like, you know, they try to cover their ass with it sometimes. And so
I think a lot of people think if they say I don't know, they think that's equal to being, you know, stupid or uneducated or ignorant or something. But it's like, hey, if you don't know, you don't know, and then, you know, you can learn about it if someone does know. So, you know, just because you don't know something doesn't mean you're ignorant.
like when Jesse asks people like, do you love black people? And then they can't just give a straight answer. It's the same thing. It's like they don't want to look bad.
I love all people. That's
Yeah,
usually
like,
the response.
Oh, are you talking as if someone would be scared to answer a question? Is that what you was referring to, Tony? Your original question?
Yeah, yeah. Like go ahead and, you know, there's simple questions like, do you love black people? Do you love white people? You know, what is a man? I put Jesse on the hot seat, which was awesome. I mean, I got to put Jesse Lee Peterson on the hot seat, his own hot seat. And I threw him a curveball at the end because at the end I just said, so what does Jesse do to relax and have fun? You know, and that's a question probably nobody asks him ever.
Right.
But that was an interesting answer too.
Yeah, he had a great answer.
What was his answer?
His answer was he likes to spend time alone. He likes to watch a good movie. He said work out, of course.
He's married. Is he married?
No.
No?
I don't think so, right?
No, he's not.
Okay.
I think he was married, and he does have kids. But you know, that's where we get into the whole fallen state thing. He was in a fallen state, and I think we all like to think that we're not in a fallen state.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that, again, that's where we go down the rabbit hole is he will say, as a Christian, do you sin? I think he has a really profound explanation of if you're a Christian that you don't sin. In fact, Gonzo's video kind of really explains that. His last video on it's the same title of my last video. What was it again?
Why you stop being a Christian.
Why you stop being a Christian.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing that brought Michael Foster into the Thursday night guest live stream. So
yeah.
And that is very good.
People have a hard time answering tough questions honestly. You know, rightfully so, but how much more respect do you gain for someone when they can say something with all honesty and not be afraid to say what they mean and mean what they say, right? I mean, I appreciate it.
I'll ask you guys a question. I'll ask the same thing, the hot seat question I asked Jesse Peterson, what is a man? Jesse, I think his response was a man loves God above everything else. That was simple. He said it just like that.
Yeah.
So, Carolina, what is a man?
A man? Like...
What is a man?
That's difficult to answer.
No wrong
A
answer.
man is a strong, a man is a strong figure for me. A man is a leader. A man leads with love, and strength. A man takes care of himself. A man takes care of the family. A man works for him and for others. A man fights. A man fights for his and for his own people. So that's how that's a man for me.
Man, since your nickname is Man, what is a man?
A man to me is someone that sticks to their code, sticks to their core values, and no matter the cost, and trusts in himself and believes with 100% confidence that even if he does fail, he's following his core values, he's following his code, he's following his standards. And that's a man to me. To be short, sweet, and simple.
Okay. Gonzo?
Yeah, I mean, those are really good answers. I mean, and that basically covers it, but I would say a man has no anger.
Okay.
That's
no anger?
No anger. No.
I think a lot of people get anger and like a passion or a fire confused. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
That's true.
I would personally, I would say, just in my opinion, I would say hate. Hate. I would swap anger with hate. I think as men, you have to be careful of hate because you can quickly find yourself, whether you believe one way or the other, hate can quickly put you in a bad position.
That's true.
Yeah. I made a video on, I'm working on a video on sin because I thought I would just kind of do a deep dive into it and just see what I could find about it. And I just think I think probably the most profound story that I found on it was Cain and Abel. Because Cain and Abel, Cain's doing his thing. And God's like, hey, why are you getting angry at your brother? Because, if you get angry, then that's when the sin comes in. And he basically almost urges him to not be angry, but he is anyway, and he acts on his anger. And that's when it all goes wrong.
Yeah. And I just wanted to reiterate, when I say hate, I'm not saying that you love everyone or love everything or approve of everything. You know what I mean? But more so as if that touches that, like clears that up a little bit. Just because I say avoid hate doesn't mean I'm saying love everyone, approve of everything. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying be careful of hate because it can quickly put you on the side of evil, even if you have good intentions. You see?
So what you're saying is tell them how the cow ate the cabbage.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Leslie's right. No anger equals perfect.
Yeah. That's true.
That's something I've been not struggling with, but is controlling what I think is anger. I've never been one in like traffic to flip somebody off, give them the finger. Have I said you stupid mother effer? You know what I mean? Without, screaming out the window. Yeah. Would you consider that anger? Like when somebody, like me pulling on my street from the highway is a bitch sometimes. And I have to stop, even though there's 2 lanes going south or north, especially coming south, I have to stop. People don't realize I've just got to turn. My street is not a 90. It's less than 90. So it's almost like a slight hairpin turn. So I got to kind of slow down my truck. I just can't whip it in there. And I'll get the finger all the time.
I had a guy, I'm pulling a trailer, and the guy, I hear somebody give me that friendly horn, you know, like the, you know what I mean? He gives me the friendly horn, and I look, he's looking the other way, but he's got his finger straight out the window. So as I'm looking, he's looking straight ahead, and he puts me up. So he wasn't looking at me so I could flip him back off, you know? So he just was just like, meep, meep, and kept going straight.
Well,
it's like automatic. It's automatic.
Yeah. Actually, it didn't make me angry. I laughed. I thought it was hilarious that he did that.
I noticed people give the finger like this, or they do what you did, which is I don't even know if I can do it.
With the thumb. Which one's worse? You know, they all vary.
I think
they
this
vary in degrees. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you get this, you got this one, this one, and you got this one.
Yeah.
This one and this one. Which one's worse, you know?
This one. Yeah. So when you can't hear me, you want me to turn it up for you? So.
Do y'all know where the middle finger originated from?
Actually,
I have to fact check this?
I don't know.
Yeah, Gonzo's our fact checker. Go for it.
Go ahead, Gonzo. I believe it was the French archers. When they were captured, they would cut their middle finger off, and so to insult the enemy, they would be like, "We still got our middle fingers," so you know. But it was French archers, I believe. At least that's the way the Gonzo could pull up the facts on that.
Well, I pulled up Snopes, and of course I don't trust Snopes on anything. But let's see, the middle is derived from defiant gesture of English archers whose fingers.
English archers.
They said it's false.
Okay.
Apparently
it's funny either way.
It is. That's a really good story.
It is funny, yes.
Need any let's see the card
the finger is universal. I don't care where you are, it means the same thing.
Yeah, it's universal.
Yeah. In Brazil it means that.
In Italian it's the same thing as doing this. Bafangu.
But here in Brazil, this sign is it means the finger too here in Brazil.
So it's like
this? This means the same as the finger,
right?
Like this too. Yes, this sign like this.
What about the good old thumbs down? You know, like instead of giving somebody a bird, just give them a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Thumbs down. But this is.
When I have friends that come in to visit where I'm at, I tell them take it easy in traffic here because everybody has guns. You don't want to put somebody off in Florida. You just don't want to do it. It's just not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What you got, Gonzo?
Well, apparently, guys, the middle finger is at least 2,500 years old.
Wow.
So it's been around a while. Aristophanes wrote about this gesture in his play The Clouds, which first played in 423 BC, where none other than Socrates was presented the middle finger by Strepsiads. I don't know. And even then it was considered a rude and indecent gesture, mimicking the penis and testicles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The Romans the Romans called the middle finger the digitus impudicus or the indecent finger. So there you go.
That's great. I feel like deep down we all kind of knew that. Right? I feel like deep down we all kind of knew that.
That it was around.
Right.
Yeah.
It is a primal thing to give somebody the finger. Projects where I'm working on, it's not cooperating, and I'll give it the finger just because. Maybe that's anger release mechanism for me.
Yeah.
Well, I think the difference
is just a reaction.
Yeah. Like I think if somebody comes at you, like, because the way I always thought about it, right? Because if somebody has perfect peace and somebody another person comes at him with an axe, then, you know, obviously that person's going to, you know, you're still going to get the adrenaline rush. You know, you're still going to get like the, holy shit, what the fuck are you doing here? And you're going to try and take him out, right? But that shock goes away. And I think the thing about anger is that anger doesn't just go away. It stays with you until you act out on it.
Yeah.
Now, when you say act out on anger, what do you mean by acting out on it?
Well, I mean, Cain killed his brother, and like I think like if you're angry, it kind of causes like you kind of just, I think of people who are kind of misanthropic, or you know, you just start to get like, you just kind of, it's kind of a lens, really. Like you start to see everything through that, and you can, I don't know, you kind of just, like it could just be little things, like you could just be trying to like sabotage other people, or you try to, you know, you just explode on people or whatever it is. So there could be a bunch of different things. Some people are angry and you would never see it. Some people, they're just all internally angry, and they're just miserable because that's all they can think about. They're just you know, doing their work or whatever, but inside they're like boiling over, thinking about everything. They're lost in their thoughts.
I don't think that's any of us on the panel at all. I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah.
But that's true. Yeah, you know, you don't realize how many people are dealing with deep internal anger that they live with every day. You know, it's interesting. Also, fairly sad.
I think if more people did what we're doing here tonight,
yeah, they'd vent, right?
Is not only venting but talking about it.
Yeah,
in other words, we're in a anger rabbit hole right now, and how far we go down to dissect the rabbit hole of anger is what's happening.
Also, get under the barbell. You know, get under some heavy weights. Stop being a pussy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. In fact, when you say that, because my brother tonight, we were talking, and earlier I was a little bit tired, and I'm like, I had one of those days, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I should take a nap or work out. And he had said, take a rest, and he calls it restoration. Again, we back to a root word of restoration is rest. I decided to work out, and I'm glad I did. It created some energy, even though I did need a little nap, which I don't do often, you know. So
you're right, though, Tony. If people had a community of people, positive environment where people can come and talk about things, you know, and whatever the hell, you know, just be, you know, just be authentic.
We might change to Saturday Night Rabbit.
There we go.
Good idea. It's natural for people to feel anger sometimes. It's not something that nobody is stoic or nobody's cold, you know, and always right, as I think we all seen, you know. So anger is part of the human nature. How you deal with it makes the whole difference for you and for your life, you know.
I think
so you say how you deal with the anger.
Me?
Yeah.
I try to focus on what's causing me the anger. Why am I angry? You know, I try to figure that out and work that out.
It's funny you say that, because when somebody like tries to make me angry, I will no longer give them that space in my head. If you look at my Twitter, my Parler, it says, nobody will take space in my head. I will nothing you. And when I say nothing you, I don't love you. I don't hate you. You are nothing to me. I will nothing.
They say, what's the opposite of love? What's the opposite of love? It's not hate, it's indifference.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I'm like you. If you sort of can, if you have an understanding of where people are coming from and sort of what they're dealing with, you can avoid people getting under your skin per se. You know, it takes a lot of wisdom and experience, but it's useful. And that's a powerful place to be, when you can keep people from getting under your skin. Not necessarily keep them, but you're at a place in your life personally that it just doesn't, you can understand them with a kind heart per se. You know, I don't mean like all like hippie and let's all sing kumbaya, but like a understanding towards people. You know what I mean? Where you can understand them in a way where they don't upset you or make you angry. Because once someone can make you angry, they're controlling you basically.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gonzo, you got anything on that?
Yeah, on anger. Like I think if somebody, like, because I think about it now and I'm like, you know, like I don't think somebody has made me angry recently. Like I'm trying to think back, but the last time somebody did make me really angry, I overreacted, and that's the mistake. And
That's
I
the
think
mistake.
the thing is, for me, it's not an effort to try and not overreact. I think a lot of times you don't realize that you're overreacting when you're in that kind of state.
You
And
don't.
so, yeah. So what I did is, you know what happens is you have these people, and you know, this is just an example, right? But you know, they, you know, you think they're your friends and you think everything's fine, everything's sorted out, and they come at you, right? And when that happened to me, I freaked out and I was like, what? Like, how could you guys? And they say all this stuff and they lie, they make up stuff that isn't true. And, you know, it hurts when that happens. But I think when you're in a state of peace, you understand that when people do those things, it's because they don't have love, and they were never your friends to begin with, you know?
Yeah. I feel like our moms tried to teach us that many
Mhm.
years ago. It's like when someone makes fun of you, basically, it's like, oh, they're just jealous, you know? But it's true. Like if someone's, like you said, like someone's dealing with something, their own personal issues, you know?
Yeah, and so what you have is then you have compassion. It goes from being
Right.
angry to being compassion for them, because then you're like, wow. And it's like, and I remember being in that state where I would just be like, oh yeah, no, like, you know, it just like, you know, people do terrible things. They try and get back at you, and they, you know, they envy success, and you know, all sorts of stuff. They turn on you. It's unbelievable. But I think everybody will kind of be on both sides of that sort of situation in some way.
Yeah, but you said the key word, compassion. If you can have compassion for people and their struggles, you can sort of understand. Like, look, they're coming from a place of injury or trauma or some you know bullshit they got going on that you're not even going to respond to it. But that's the key, response. You know, talk about men being grounded and what's the word I'm looking for? Not emotionless, but like George says, don't suppress your emotions, but delay them. You know what I mean? I think Tony's brother said that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mr. Bruno.
Don't deny your emotions.
Don't deny your emotions. Delay them. And I agree with that. And take it out on the gym. You know, take it out on something, or just sit and hell, just collect yourself. You know, but that's the worst thing to do. Yeah, that's the worst thing to do.
Something that you can profit with, like something that you can create. You know, I think it's interesting. I think it's an opportunity you can't miss.
I agree.
Sometimes.
I feel like that's a good topic to talk about, because I think a lot of people have these types of concerns in their heart with anger, you know, and many people will never know it, like Gonzo would say.
We just had somebody who's going to join the live stream, Gabe, and I'm kind of glad I didn't bring him on, just saying, but we'll see if he wants to come back on. He was doing some crazy dancing in the camera. So, so Gabe, if you have the sack to come back on, we'd love to see you on here.
I would love to see that.
And I will flush you quick if you're
Tony, you getting trolls already.
It was pretty funny. So Whoever Gabe was, he was doing some dancing. Let's just say that.
The happy dance.
Yeah, I was kind of happy. I'm not sure. It might have been liquor happy. I don't know, or he'd be smoking pot. But who knows?
What are you smoking pot?
Hey, that's okay. Somebody smoking some weed out there. Hey, go for it, man. I don't care. I'm not here to judge you. I'm just here to put you on the live stream. That's all.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I just thought of this. I think probably a good way to look at anger right now is probably like with the election going on and stuff like that, right? But I realized that so many people are like angry at Donald Trump and that sort of thing. And I realized it's like I'm not angry at Joe Biden or Kamala Harris.
No.
I don't hate
feel
them.
bad for the guy. I literally feel bad for Joe Biden. On my heart, I feel bad for the man. Feel bad for the guy. I know, no matter people's opinions, as a human being to another human being, I pity him. I really do.
Yeah. And they may be fighting for evil. They may be for everything that I'm against, but I don't have anger at them. I understand too that if I was in their situation, I would probably be no better. I would I'm just as susceptible.
But what's their situation when you say that? That's the part that, their situation just means you want everything for free. You want free health care. You want our whole country to be California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do believe it's an evil agenda. It's an evil agenda.
Well, and
it's a fight against, it's good and evil right now. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what we're fighting. We're fighting evil.
Yeah, because in the mind of those people, the reason why they believe it, and it's like I understand it because I could have gone down that route, but it's this idea that we've kind of forgotten the lesson that nothing in life is free. But there's this idea that you can get things in life for free, but it's just not true. You can't just have things for free and then everything works out beautifully and there's no inequality and there's no poverty and.
Because there is no free, someone is paying for it.
Yeah.
Someone will always pay for it. Here in Brazil, we have the healthcare system is universal healthcare. It's free. So we pay, and what we've got in return, we pay in taxes for it. It's horrible. It's simply horrible. It's low quality. The people are always sick. The people in the country, they don't mind about taking care of their health, because if something happens to them, they don't have to pay nobody. There is the free health care for them. They don't have to work to pay, or why would they mind taking care of their health? So
I've never heard it put like that, but that is really, really. I never thought about it like that. Like,
but
why
it is
myself, because I can just go to the doctor.
No, they don't have to pay to go to the doctor. They go to a place here called, it's like a healthcare, a small unit of primary care. They go there, they just show there. A doctor sees them. They don't have to pay. So why would they take care of their health? So what do we have here? We have a lot of alcoholic people. We have a lot of drunk people. They don't care about car accidents because the state is paying, so someone's gonna pay. They don't have to worry about it, So that's a consequence of free healthcare. That people they don't mind to take care of their health. So
how do Brazilians feel about that as a whole?
Brazilians, they are indoctrinated.
Okay.
So they praise our universal healthcare system. You know, they are, oh, everybody has the right for healthcare. That's how they think. So they are very proud of it. And they compare Brazil to the United States. Because, for example, here someone has cancer, the state provides everything for them. Here in Brazil, the state pays for bariatric surgery for obese people. Can you imagine that? So everybody's obese, and they love it. They are proud in their heart. They feel proud for it because only in Brazil we have that. They don't know that they also have that in the UK and other places, and it doesn't work well.
Would you say obesity is more common in Brazil than it is in the United States?
No, obesity is more common in the United States, but it has increased dramatically in the last 15 years in Brazil.
Yeah, as opposed to other South American countries.
Yeah, it has increased dramatically. The type of the food, the low quality food people take here in Brazil is what causes that. They have no education about food here, so they eat whatever they want. They don't care about what they are putting inside their bodies, you know.
I feel like Americans are kind of at that point too.
Yeah, it really is.
I don't think they really care what they eat, especially if it interferes with their schedule.
Well, and the doctors here in the U.S., they're not sufficiently educated in nutrition.
Oh, it's crazy. Mainstream medicine, when it comes to nutrition, is something else, man.
And it's sad to me because
well,
like this, like a lot of these problems that people have are so easy to fix, and they cost pennies on the dollar to fix. Like I read something that was amazing. It's like how there's like an epidemic of rickets in the UK, rickets, and they can fix it. And right, and just for anybody who doesn't know, rickets is a developmental disease where basically the body doesn't have enough calcium or vitamin D or phosphorus, and so the bones come out crooked, and you can have spine issues and bone issues and just basically skeletal deformities. And it was like this thing of like, we got rid of rickets because we figured out what caused it. Well, no, not really, because it costs pennies on the dollar to solve rickets and prevent it from even happening. But now I think they said like a third of the children, or like 2/3 of the children in the UK are now getting rickets again.
Really?
Yeah, it's like insane. And it's just because yeah, they just like, it's been glossed over because now everybody's, you know, thinking about heart disease and all this other stuff, and they're just not educated in nutrition. They're educated on like giving people nutrition in hospital beds, which is a different thing, but not just nutrition for the average person to prevent these things.
I think that's worldwide.
Do you think it has to do with people not cooking? Like I actually enjoy cooking. Last night I think I told you guys last stream, I make my own cream and mushroom soup. I'm going to do that tomorrow. Last night I get cube steak and I actually pull it. So cube steak runs through that little grinder. So it's a steak that's not originally tender. So it's run through the tenderizer. So what I do is I pull it before I cook it. And so I pull out basically any strings of fat. So I have a big pile of it. I put it in a pan with ghee and garlic, onions, mushrooms, and then 3 big plops of sour cream at the end. So it's basically like beef stroganoff, full of fat, full of protein, very healthy. And that's what I ate. I love cooking.
I love cooking too.
It's so much easier to buy something. Carolina in Brazil, do they have like frozen pizzas like we have? Is that a big deal? Just frozen pizzas and just that whole, like, throw it in the oven, 15 minutes later, you know, you don't have to do anything.
We have. Yes, we have that here as well. We have all that you have there here, but it's a little different. But we have fast food, we have everything. Just
when you say fast
very
food,
different.
McDonald's, KFC, Burger King.
KFC we don't have here, but we have Burger King, we have McDonald's, we have.
You have Chick-fil-A?
I don't remember others. Probably in São Paulo, in big cities, yes. Not in my city.
Chick-fil-A is actually good. It's hard for me to drive by.
I don't know.
Without buying.
I never tried.
Stopping and getting some chicken strips. So, what about Gonzo? Man, do you guys like Chick-fil-A?
You know what? I've had Chick-fil-A and I'm like, I mean,
I'll tell you why I don't like Chick-fil-A.
Because they're not open on Sundays?
Popeyes.
Popeyes.
Popeyes is pretty good.
It's Popeyes where you know what? I've never been to a Popeyes, but
really,
yeah. My big beef with all that stuff is just like the amount of vegetable oils. It blows my mind.
Yeah. But, no, I think Popeyes fries their chicken in beef bone marrow fat.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I can't think of the name for. What's the real name for that?
Tallow.
Tallow. That's it. I read that they fry their chicken in tallow.
Wow,
it was pretty cool. So at least the website said. I don't know how accurate that is.
Have you guys ever made your own tallow?
No.
All you got to do is when
I don't know what that is.
Tallow is beef fat. It's beef fat.
It's rendered. It's rendered to be fat.
Yeah. Well, the easiest way to do it is to, like, let's say everybody uses a crock pot. I would imagine I do.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes, I've done.
You take your beef roast or whatever you have, your beef short ribs, whatever you put in your crock pot, and then once you pull those out and eat them, leave what's in the fat in there. So what's going to happen is the fat, the tallow, is going to rise to the top, and it's going to look like white chocolate. So once it cools, you take that off and you cook with it.
Oh.
It's just pure protein, pure fat, as pure as it gets. So
yes, and healthy.
Very healthy. Beef fat is probably one of the healthiest fats there is. So
yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I don't know about you guys, but I like to get this. I have here I got the Kerrygold Irish butter. This stuff is the bomb. Yeah,
it's good. That's the only butter I buy.
Yeah, I just buy ghee. Period. I just get ghee. I mean, I buy a jar of ghee. It's like $8.
Mm-hmm.
It's clarified butter. It sits on the counter. You can put it in the hottest pan. You know how when you put butter in a pan, it'll burn?
It's the worst.
Ghee doesn't do that. You can get it as hot as you want. It doesn't matter. It'll just sit there. And it's just a great way to, I think it's without all, I guess they call them the milk solids in it.
Yeah.
You know,
the proteins and stuff.
It's butter times 10.
Mm-hmm.
And to get one of those jars of ghee that I purchased for like $8 would easily cost me $10 in butter if I was to clarify it myself and cook it down, unless you get butter on sale, you know. So try cooking with ghee. Does anybody cook with ghee besides me?
I've done it before.
Yeah. Once you do it,
I don't know.
Yeah.
If we have, I don't know if we have here in Brazil. I cook with butter and sometimes with olive oil.
Yeah, olive oil, I think you got to be careful with, right? Because if it'll burn. You got Leslie says she cooks with ghee. Yeah.
Nice.
And all
I've
you
never
have
burned anything with
yeah,
olive oil.
all you have to do you can put butter in a pan and all you do is slow cook it and then scoop off whatever's floating on the top, and that's your ghee. Then it doesn't have to be refrigerated. So you don't have to refrigerate your ghee. It can just sit on the counter. Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't burn.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. No,
And
that's true.
You can multiply the flavor of butter like 10 times with ghee. So.
Nice. Yeah, I think it's the extra virgin olive oil that you're not supposed to cook with. Like, use it, heat it up too much.
Yeah.
I think more like the extra virgin is good for dipping and drizzling on whatever, but not at like high temperature frying temperatures and whatnot. It's the extra virgin you want to watch out for when frying.
True. Yeah. The other, you can use the normal. I use
the normal olive
to cook.
Oil. Yeah.
Like, I don't know about you guys, but I get excited this time of year because they start to roll out the giant rib roasts right around Christmas. And let me tell you, like a couple Christmases ago when I started doing carnivore, I discovered the rib roast. It was like $40-50, but it's like this huge thing. And I'm like, this looks amazing. I just popped it in my oven for a bit. And then, man, that was like the tenderest, most amazing thing ever. And you can only get it around Christmas around here. So
why is that?
I have no idea. I think it's like a seasonal, I don't know. They just roll it out seasonally. I don't know why though, because you'd think they'd have a bunch of those, because what are they just saving them for Christmas? Like I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I know recently in my local Winn-Dixie, we had a big run on, they had a super sale on brisket. And the problem is that they were so big. I'm like, I don't know if I can fit this in my freezer. And there was something, it was basically think of a brisket that was, I'm not sure what the cost per pound is, but it was regularly $120 and it was like $30. But it was this big. Looking at it going, what am I going to do with this? I don't have a freezer big enough.
Well, Tony, I have a picture I got to send you, because around all year they have these giant brisket.
Well, you're in Texas, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like $2 a pound. And I mean, most of it is fat, so it's it's not the best deal on like protein, but the first time I saw that, I'm like, that is amazing.
Have you ever cooked your own brisket?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. How do you cook it? Just slow cook it, or
usually a slow cook it? Yeah, I slow roast it in the oven, or whatever. It's so big. Usually, what I do is I cut it into sections, and I'll just cook a section at a time, kind of like a steak almost.
Because I have in my freezer right now, which are they're so good. What they are is brisket burgers. So it's brisket, seasoned brisket that's ground up, made into burgers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've never tried that, but it is just, now that's amazing. So,
do any of y'all have an Instant Pot?
Yep.
I don't have one. I have a crock pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My girlfriend
has several pots.
Yeah. It's like a pressure cooker.
Okay.
Carolina. Yeah.
And it does
like
saute. It's like multi-use.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I have that.
I just sent you guys a thing. It's like that's a photo of. Actually, wait. Can I think I can share my screen on this thing.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Here, let me see if I can. Let me do this here. Everybody gets a little bit of context here. Let's see. Screen. Okay. So screen. All right.
Well, cheers, everybody. I'm sipping on some peanut butter.
Cheers.
Whiskey.
There you go. You worked your way over to the peanut butter whiskey now.
Yep. I get during the live stream, I allow myself one shot of peanut butter whiskey.
So,
you got to tell us what that tastes like.
Tastes like peanut butter whiskey, man.
Okay.
It must taste good.
Yeah, it does.
Smooth, right?
You like peanut butter?
Love peanut butter.
love.
Peanut butter's great.
Yeah. Is it smooth, Tony?
Oh, it's super smooth. My brother hates it. Let me gonna add you to the screen here. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys see that?
Yeah.
It takes up my whole fridge, and that's not even the biggest one that they have, but you can, like, that's what you can get in Texas around the year, so it's pretty nuts.
And you said it's like $2 a pound, right?
Yeah, it's like $2 a pound. So that cut you're seeing there, I think, was like maybe like $30-40.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You need a smoker.
I never cooked that. I never cooked that.
Yeah, it's
Never.
a huge, it's a mess. Like you gotta take it out and like cut it into sections and stuff. It's a disaster. But it's good.
Must be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My grandpa used to cook that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be
But
good in a
I
smoker.
never.
Yeah.
Any meat is good. I mean, when somebody says, you know, I have an issue with carnivore diet, I'm like, well, you don't like bacon? You don't like all the bacon you can eat? You don't like all the meat you can eat? You don't like losing weight? You don't like your cholesterol to go down? You don't like your weight to drop dramatically, you know? And again, you know, I know there's the people that have argued about this carnivore. I get it. I get it that there's no carbs. I get it. I understand that's part of why you're losing weight, because you took all the carbs out of your diet. I understand that. But also, I think the end result is your blood work. I think that's important too. And through a carnivore lifestyle diet, you do get all those vitamins, everything you need to survive, and then some. So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't want to change the subject, but I got this. I saw this today. This is Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
I am in the center of Sports Illustrated. Now, I ask people, when I tell people this, they don't believe me. Can you find me in there?
Yeah. The only guy without a hat on.
Look at that.
There I am. I can't do it right here. Everything's backwards. There I am right there.
Right there.
Yeah. So I made the centerfold of Sports Illustrated magazine.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And what
You
year
could
was
tell
that?
it's you too. You could definitely tell it's you.
Yeah. Can you really?
Yeah.
This is 2005 Sports Illustrated.
Nice.
It's the basically the what edition is it here? 5 days in the Major League. So it's a Major League Baseball issue. I was it's funny because it's a little story, because I had split some tickets with actually for the Florida Marlins, and our local spring training went to the Expos, or it was the Nationals. This is when they changed from, I think it's the Washington. Yeah, I think it's the Expos to the Nationals, the Washington Nationals. And I had third row seats. Okay, and I split them with but my new girlfriend had front row seats. So again, that's where is it here? So I upgraded when I got a new girlfriend. I went from the third row to the front row over the double.
Upgraded,
Well, it's
yes.
You gotta upgrade. You never go back.
That's great.
Yeah. So if people ask me, I tell them, yeah, I've been in have you been in the centerfold of Sports Illustrated magazine? Well, I have.
Oh, excellent. Very nice.
Cheers to that.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to that.
So the Florida Expos, right? Was it the Florida Expos?
It used to be God, it's so far back now. What were the expos? Was it it wasn't the Washington Expos. It was, oh God, I don't know. But it's the Washington Nationals.
Yeah. Went from the Expos.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I like the Braves.
When I first got the season tickets, it was for spring training for the Florida Marlins, which was awesome. You know, local, get to see all the games, and you know, again, my buddy had third row. You know, they were third row over the dugout tickets, so we put those. So,
do you enjoy sports, Tony?
I used to, yeah, yeah.
What'd you enjoy?
Pretty much everything. I don't watch now just because of the political situation.
Yeah, the politics involved. Yeah,
I'm not bending the knee to sports.
Yeah.
I had a hard time watching the Masters today.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those guys had their black square on their Instagram and their social media.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with their political views. It has everything to do with them bowing down and putting in, you know, bending a knee. And I'm not bending a knee to anybody but God, period.
Yeah. That's such a shame, right? That now politics is everywhere, is in sports, is everywhere. It's in movies, it's yeah, exactly. It's in our holidays, music, everywhere. It's terrible.
Part of the big conditioning of society, for sure. Propaganda.
The NBA said they're not going to have it next year. There's no BLM stuff in the NBA because the ratings went to hell.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear it. I mean, they don't.
Yeah, no wonder, right?
Yeah, you know, I've attended different like writers conventions and stuff because you know, because I'm a writer, and let me tell you, like I was shocked because at first I was like, wow, like there's a lot of great people showing up at these things. It was amazing. And I realized pretty quickly, I'm just like, this is all super political. All the magazines, all the anthologies, everything, the awards ceremonies. I don't take awards ceremonies seriously because it really is. It's like, it's all politics. And I mean, you see that happening with the Oscars too right now. I don't know how anybody takes that sort of stuff seriously, but it really is just like, it's like the woke game right now.
Yeah.
And it's sad because like, this is our art, guys. It's like, like this is our entertainment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need better entertainment.
Well, I mean, that's why we have YouTube, and that's the cool thing about doing this stuff. So
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody can kind of.
So let me ask you a question. I see your head bent over. Are you doodling by any chance?
I am. You know what? I am doodling. I'm doodling
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Carolina, did you see the doodle that Gonzo did from the last stream on Saturday night?
I don't know what doodle is.
Doodle, he's an artist. He was drawing everything that we were talking about.
Yes, yes. Pretty cool. Nice. All right.
Gonzo, are you Carolina in the doodle?
What was that?
Are you going to have something with Carolina in the doodle?
We could, yeah. You know what? I'm bad. You know what? I'm bad at doing like caricatures and that sort of thing.
Just do her name. Do her name since it's such a hit. Just do her first name since it's such a hit, you know? I mean, you could do a lot with that.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, Carolina, doodling means just like sort of freestyling artwork without any sort of intent, basically.
Pretty cool.
I don't know if Gonzo would agree with that. But, yeah, I mean, that would be my definition of doodling.
Yeah, it's like freestyling. It's just, you just kind of, you just put the pen to the page and you just kind of just, I don't know, like it's not really like super planned out or anything, you know? So, and that's, you know, cause that's like what we're doing here. It's like the conversation form of
that's
doing
true.
it, so.
Yeah. What we got going on in the chat? Is Anthony still around?
Leslie here for sure. Let's see what the last thing she said. It's tough to be aware.
Yeah.
It's tough to be aware.
Well, you know what, guys? You know what? We're doing this, and what it's doing is it's giving everybody kind of a release on what's going on in the world. You know,
True.
Anthony Vasquez is still here. Anthony with that Android. We got to get Anthony on because I miss him.
Yes,
I am using an Android.
Yeah, and it's working perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get an iPhone. It's been destroyed.
Hey, Tony, what are your plans for this coming Thursday? Anything?
Yeah, we're doing a live stream with a special guest.
Pretty cool.
Should be
Yeah.
fun.
I look forward to these a lot.
So what do you guys think about this idea of sort of the value of art, right? Because you know, obviously every different form of art sort of has its own way of doing things. And, you know, back in the day, the way music used to be is the artists used to make most of their money off of CDs and vinyls and all that. And now most musicians barely make anything off of those things. They make all their money from touring. And so I almost wonder, and part of that's because now the music is just so readily available that, I mean, you could just stream it. And so there's really just not a whole lot of value to recorded music, I guess, in that sense. So what do you guys think of the idea of like this entertainment in general? Like is entertainment like what we're doing now or what a lot of guys are doing and just making this sort of content? Is art going to become less valuable since it's easier to do and more people can do it?
Initially, I want to say no. Right, like my first response would be to say no. But yeah, I mean, it's true though. If art is everywhere in your face, just like any type of consuming entertainment, then why would it not be degraded in that sense? But my initial response is no.
I think it depends on the type of art. For example, sculptures, paintings, they're more difficult to replicate. So that type of art is not losing value, and people can make money with it. But music, since it's free on YouTube, it's free on whatever application you have. So I think it helps to decrease the quality, because why is someone creating a song when they're not going to receive their payment for the effort that they put in on that, you know?
Yeah.
So I think when it comes to that, the value has decreased. And that's why people are not inclined anymore to do music as they used to, because they could live, as you mentioned, they could live on selling CDs or albums in the 70s. I don't know if you remember this, but back in the day, they used to have like a singles, and the whole world was waiting for that song, and everybody was buying that. And nowadays, you don't see that anymore, you know. People are not interested because it's so easy to get that. That's my opinion.
I remember growing up that I used to wait for a song on the radio, and hit record on my cassette tape to record it next to a radio, and I would
Yes.
make my own mixtape.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I still have mine. I still have my. I can't play anywhere, but I still have mine.
Gonzo, do you
From that.
understand the reference when I say mixtape?
Yep, I used to do that too.
Did you really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I had a tape recorder and everything.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Because the mixtape is something that, like, right now, I mean, think of it if you had a Walkman or a tape recorder, you know, how strange would that be, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, very strange. Can you imagine walking around with a tape recorder?
It wasn't that long ago when we rode the school bus. We had our CD players, but it was Sony or a Walkman or something like that. We'd have our favorite CD in there, and we'd be on the bus. Like that was the old like iPhones and whatever. It was those CD players. You know,
I remember.
It wasn't that big. It's probably this big around. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say
that was high tech.
Yeah,
that was high tech, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I used to check out audiobooks from the library, and they would be like either giant tapes or they'd be giant cases of CDs, and there'd be like 12 of them or something. And I would like ride the bus home, and then I'd walk home, and I'd be listening to that on my walk home, and that like kept me sane. But I think the cool thing about that now is that I felt like back then audiobooks were kind of like uncool. Like it's like, why would you listen to a book? Mm-hmm. But now everybody's digging audiobooks. Everybody and their mother loves audiobooks.
Mm-hmm.
So
true. That's true.
And podcasts.
Have any of you guys ever done this? I know when I was younger, when you found a song you liked, like listen to it constantly. Have you ever?
Yes, of course.
Listen to it.
Yeah.
What's a song that you would, Carolina, what's a song you have listened to like over and over when you were younger?
Oh, several songs, because I love music. So Nothing Else Matters is one of them, of course. When I was young, I used to listen to, my taste for music is very eclectic, and it was like that. Oh, look at that. How beautiful.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Want me to see how easy it is to play it on the guitar?
Oh, that's nice. Pretty nice.
That was it.
Nice. That part on the piano is difficult. It's very difficult.
Watch this. You see my fingers are right here. It's actually open. It starts, it's completely open. And then it's just
really nice. That part's difficult.
Yeah, on the piano,
yeah.
It's a whole lot.
Amazing.
On the piano, that part is difficult because it's very fast, and it's far from, the keys are far from each other. So you have to do that fast, and I have a small hand that to make it worse. But I managed that.
Well, did I impress you? I played the beginning of Nothing Else Matters.
Pretty cool.
Like the guitar now, right?
Nice. That's super nice. That's very nice.
I know you like that song, so I've been playing that for years. It's been forever since I've played it, and I'm like, it starts in an open. It's just an open neck. It's just open chord. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, cool.
The guitar is tuned, so.
I would say "You Shook Me All Night Long" by AC/DC was a song I played all.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
I don't know what happened to man, but he froze up.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, he did.
No, I used to listen when I
Did y'all
was
lose
younger.
me? Are y'all losing me periodically?
That was the first time you froze up. You had a little
Okay.
freeze.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to, because a few times my screen, all of y'all went blank and then came back.
Okay.
But AC/DC, yeah, I just loved them. I used to work out to them constantly in the gym, and I'd wear them out. And then they come out with that new album called Rock or Bust, I think. Is their newest album. But AC/DC is my jam.
What was the song you said before you froze
Shook Me
up?
All Night Long.
Oh God, dude, I can play that. I can play the hell out of that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
What a
cool.
great song.
Yeah.
Kiss. I saw Kiss here locally, man. Those guys, 2 or 3 years ago, they still put on a great show. At their age,
Nice.
they put on a great show.
Could you guys actually hear my guitar when I was playing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious of the volume, how it sounded.
Wow.
Yeah. No,
Sounded
that was
good.
very clear. Mhm.
That is my
Okay.
ovation. You ever heard of an ovation?
Hmm?
Have you ever heard of an ovation? This is if you look at the
No.
guitar, you look at the back of it,
Oh.
Oh,
it's
that's
called an
beautiful.
celebrity. Instead of having the hole right here, see how it has the holes right here for sound?
Mhm.
I call these feathers. I don't know what somebody else calls them, but I've always called them feathers. I don't know why. They're wood. They're nice wood inlays.
Mm-hmm.
So
Feathers or wings of some sort. Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's a beautiful guitar. I love
True.
it. It plays
Yes,
incredible.
it's very beautiful.
Very nice.
It sounds good, and it's an electric acoustic, which means that if you look here, I don't know if you can see that, but I can plug it in also.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you have if you look there,
Mm-hmm.
There's your
Mm.
dials.
have all your volumes and tones and bass. But
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
I would recommend an ovation to anybody. I love this guitar. It's just beautiful. It sits in this is what's called a single cutaway.
Mm-hmm.
Cutaway on the bottom. So you can
yeah.
play up here.
Mm-hmm.
I got the same thing on this one. Both got the cutaway.
Is that an Ibanez?
No, it's not.
It looks like an Ibanez.
Oh yeah, no. This is just a stock. Like I actually don't know the brand for this thing, but
It's Gonzo brand. It's customized.
yeah. Yeah, it's
Yes.
custom. So
Is it in a stand?
no, there's no
Okay.
stand.
Well, it's out. It's not in a case, right?
Yeah.
I tell anybody, what happens is the second you put your guitar in a case, you'll never play it again, especially when somebody's learning. So always just get a $10 stand, set it in the corner like Gonzo does.
Yeah.
You're more apt to go ahead and pick that guitar up.
Yeah.
Have you ever, Gonzo, let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
You're a guitar player.
Yeah.
Carolina, you are a piano player. Man, you are a drummer.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard a song and couldn't wait to get home to try to play it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Throughout my early 20s, that's all I did. I'd work, come home, and play guitar.
Yeah.
But I try to
I
learn
still
songs
do.
by YouTube, you know?
I
What
still
always
do.
blows my
I
mind is
still
when.
do.
Oh yeah.
Gonzo, what song are you working? Because I'm always working on a song. What song are you working on a song now by any chance?
Like, am I practicing a song or
Mhm.
something? I don't. Well, I can't say there's one that I'm trying to think. Is there something that I've been trying to like learn recently? I've been kind of in a block because I've been writing a lot of music and I've been trying to finish this album, and I'm just stuck. I'm just stuck on it, and so I'm just trying to come up with. I got in this thing where I wrote all these songs, and I'm trying to write something that isn't like everything else I've already done. I'm trying
Can
to
you
just
play us
change it up.
something?
Sure. Here, let's see if I can do this here. How is the?
Beautiful.
Okay. I don't know. Do you guys know Tom Waits?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if. Something like that. I don't know if you guys know that, but it's called Going Out
Nice.
West.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
That's cool.
You like
Yeah.
blues, Gonzo?
Huh?
You like blues rock, blues?
Yeah, kind of a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I do kind of. The stuff I'm working on right now is kind of folk.
Folk, yeah.
So-
Folk's great, man.
Mhm.
I love folk. Love folk music.
What we have to do is we
Yeah,
have to
good.
do a live stream where we all play at the same time.
Can you imagine that?
I'm okay with the delays. I'm sure there'll be some delays, unfortunately.
Actually, I don't think so. I think it's right now with us, there's a delay. The only delay is on YouTube right now,
Yeah,
but there's I don't think there's a delay with us four right here.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. I play some guitar too. I have a Fender Telecaster.
Okay.
I enjoy it.
I've got a Fender here in my cabinet. I think I told you guys. I've got a Fender Mustang and
Okay.
a Gibson SG. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's what AC/DC and them used to play, the SGs. A lot of bands played the SGs.
Let me see if I can even find the key.
I need to get an acoustic. I used to have a Yamaha, but I'm using an acoustic. It means a lot to me because my little brother had got it from a thrift store and sort of patch it up a little bit. There you go.
This is my Kurt Cobain Mustang.
Very nice.
Very beautiful.
I'll show you my baby. I call this my baby. This is my baby right here.
Yeah.
This is my SG.
Very
Mhm.
cool.
This is a 1980 Gibson SG Firebrand Deluxe. This is as good as it gets right here.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
One
Very
piece,
beautiful.
obviously. It's all one piece.
All wood grain, huh? That's pretty.
It's as AC/DC as it gets.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway,
Nice.
I actually bought this for my when I graduated from high school. It was I think I said this on the last stream, but it was my graduation present to myself.
Okay.
So
Great present.
I bought that brand new in 1980.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
300 and I think with tax it was $334. I still have the original receipt.
There you go.
Probably worth about 4,000 or 5,000 now, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
when they say they don't make them like they used to, they don't make them like they used to. So that thing plays just, your fingers will never get sore, you know. So
Nice.
But it cost about $700 to $800 now, huh?
that guitar would probably be about $2,000 now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
For something of that quality. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're up there in price.
Yeah, the SGs are great.
You know, I like the Gibson because it's just, again, I'm not trying to tout myself as a great guitar player because I'm not. I just enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
It's something I enjoy doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the
Enjoy.
hardest songs I've been working on right now is the Sultans of Swing. And it's just, even the rhythm to that
That's difficult, Tony. That's a difficult song to play.
Yeah. It's been about a
Yeah.
year. I'm working on.
Dire Straits is unbelievable with his guitar work.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Y'all just reminded me. Hang on. I got
Oh,
this
yeah.
one.
Dire Straits is
Let me
very
see if I
good.
can- I tried it.
Yeah.
This was the last one I tried to learn this year. Let's see if I can. I'll probably mess it up, but let's find out here. Let's see. Which? Nope, that's not it. Where'd it go? I can't even remember it anymore. Hang on. Nope.
Oh no, I know what it
I
is.
lost it. You know which one it is, right? It's like I'm just
Money
like,
for nothing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Good.
it. Okay, it's in the wrong key. That's why. Something like that.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, good.
So, that's
If
such a
anybody
good riff.
wants to see an incredible video, it's one of my favorite videos. It's just look up Dire Straits, Sultans of Swing guitar view, and it is a cover band that only does Dire Straits. And if you can imagine, the camera for the video is right here, looking down on the neck.
Pretty cool.
Oh, it's one of the best videos there is. But what happens is, Gonzo, look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Just Sultans of Swing guitar view. That's all you have to put in YouTube.
Okay.
Now, what happens is the whole band is playing through probably 70% of the song. The only thing you hear is what's mic'd through the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And it's
Look at that.
mind-blowing.
Yeah. No, that dude is an insane guitar player.
Well, this isn't what's his name?
Yeah. Dude,
Mark Knopfler. This is a cover band that does it. But if you just look at Sultans of Swing on YouTube guitar view, that's where the video will come up. And it's just, there's also another cover of it. It's just, if you search Two Guys in Italy, Sultans of Swing, you'll see them sitting like on two buckets playing it with two, I think they had two Strats. It's crazy.
Cool.
Crazy.
I feel like I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all listen to Rush? You like Rush?
I've heard him here.
Not Rush Limbaugh.
Rush, yes.
Rush the band.
Dude, I grew up on them. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I saw them in probably 1982.
94.
Syracuse Carrier Dome with 60,000 people.
Yeah. Their drummer was Neil Peart, right? Was it Neil Peart?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's unbelievable. Some of the stuff he does, if you really listen to it. Some of these guys play on beat, play off beat, but on beat. It's wild if you really listen to it. It's interesting. It's like what you were saying, Gonzo. It's like trying to do something different, something, that no one's really ever done much before. And Rush and Dire Straits and Rush are two bands that have really mastered that art of kind of going against the grain when it comes to music and rhythm. At least in my opinion.
Yeah, I want to hear Gonzo play some more, man. He's got some good riffs, man.
Yeah.
I had my. I know I have a pick somewhere and I always lose it. I don't know where it went, but I don't even know.
I like these kind of picks right here. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
A little grip on
with the grip.
Oh, the grips. Yeah. Okay.
Really flexible.
Heavy or medium?
Well, you know what? There ain't a whole lot of people in the chat. Gonzo, play some blues, man. I'll can you play the leads? I'll play the
Oh no.
Pretty cool.
What key is that? Is that an E?
Looks like E. Sounds like E.
That's so cool.
Nice.
Nice, very nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Aye.
Is that it?
Very beautiful.
You know,
That's
Very
amazing.
nice.
you know what's hard
Very
about it?
nice.
Because of the round back, it's really hard to sit this guitar
Mhm.
in your lap.
It slides around, huh?
Yeah. Gonzo, you know,
What is that?
I think I know.
it's Blues Travel, but there's
Run
only
around.
be 2 songs. It's trying to think. There's a lot. You have your basic chords. Everybody knows your G, your C, your A minor and D.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your Blues Travelers.
Blues Travelers. Very nice.
I've never played
Very nice.
guitar over the internet before, so I'm
There's
gonna,
always a first time.
I'll show
Yeah.
you my Sultans of Swing. Okay,
Let's hear it.
Do it.
This is just the rhythm, and what it is, it's kind of like when you're playing, it's actually kind of like a double backstroke. So it's. Am I playing it too high? Okay, I was up a little bit too high. So it's. Now, if we can get my buddy Lloyd on here, he might jump on. We rock and roll. In fact, I should put.
Pretty cool.
I should put it on YouTube, but he was playing my SG and I was playing the rhythm, and he's an incredible guitarist, and he's never played this song before, and the first time, all he did was listen to it, and he started playing it. So, So you guys tell me what you think. I'm going to just play the rhythm. Well, you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. That's it. That's all you got.
Nice, very good.
Wait a second, you sing. I know you sing, Tony. I know you sing. I can tell in your
Pretty
voice you sing.
cool.
It's
Hey,
actually
that was good.
it's hard to play. It's got it. When I started researching it, when I was trying to play it, it's just the rhythm itself. As you're stroking it, you're stroking up twice and then back down. So it's got a real. Even the rhythm is difficult.
It is. It is. It is. No, wait.
It
You
must
sing
be.
now. I know you sing, right?
I have, yeah.
You got a good voice. You do.
Yeah.
You got a
He
good voice.
does.
Well, you're not going to hear it here.
I hear you.
It's hard to
Hear
sing
you.
in front of people. I'm not sure. Like
Yes.
I got started singing and like doing busking and like street performance and stuff, and that is terrifying. That's like the single-handed, like the most terrifying thing you could do is just sing in front of total strangers. But
I used to fantasize about playing drums and like an outdoor concert. It's like I'll go to a band and watch them play outdoors. It's like, man, I just want to be up on that stage playing the drums. Like, hey, look at me, I play the drums. You know, hey, come on up, come fill in for us. I used to love that shit. You know.
oh yeah.
I love I like looking at different videos. There's a video of it's Steven Tyler in Venice, and these two girls are playing the song, I think it's Crazy, in Venice, and one's with I think one is with a cello and one was with what's the one the bass. Gonzo, look at that. Like Steven, have you ever seen that video? Steven Tyler? He was observing, and then he started singing. So these two girls were just playing, and Steven Tyler of Aerosmith just happened to be there. It was a street performance. So he started singing.
Cool.
And it's just like
I haven't seen it.
even though he can you put up a screen, Gonzo?
Can I? Oh, like what do you mean? Can
you add to your screen?
Oh yeah, hang on. Yeah, I can do that here. Let me see if I can share my screen right now. I just
I'd love for people to see that because that is just really cool. And if you look at the comments, like his voice is horrible, you know, whatever, but it's just Steven Tyler just absolutely just standing there in his man bun, you know, and just starts blasting it out.
Okay, I got it up, I think. I got. Is it the one in Moscow?
No, I think it's in Venice, Italy.
Venice, Italy. Let's see here. Let me type in Venice.
Just put Crazy.
Oh, Crazy.
There it is, right down there. Aerosmith, Tyler in Lithuania. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Lithuania. You know who I was thinking of? Venice. That was geez, what's their names? Yeah, this is it. Can you put the volume on?
I don't think I can get the audio in.
Really?
I don't think I can, unfortunately. Unless I can change like my microphone settings or something. I think I don't think Anyway, let me see if I can do the audio here. Can I do? You won't be able to hear me, but I can try this here. Let me see.
Gonzo is our fact checker and our tech guy.
Excellent.
You had it.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Then I will stick with it then. Let's see.
Yeah, try it. No audio now.
We don't have audio now. No audio. No, you had it the first time.
Oh, maybe I got to add him. No, he's already added. Huh.
Yeah, I wonder if him not being on video has something to do with it.
No, I don't think so. He nailed it the first time. He was off, is what it was.
I don't understand anything, so I have no idea. I'm terrible with these things. But the first time, yes, it worked. And that guy is Steven Tyler, the one with that pink shirt. Cool.
It's such a cool video, but he tries to like hit the notes and he doesn't, but it doesn't matter because it's Steven Tyler. Who cares?
Yeah, true.
You know?
If someone could just pull it up on their phone and hold it up.
Oh, that's a great idea. Great idea.
We're gone. This is weird.
That is a great idea.
We tried to do it the fancy way.
Steven Tyler.
How's your face, Gonzo?
Yeah, I don't know. Hang on. Oh wait. Okay.
Hey, I missed you.
Now you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Wow, that was a disaster.
That's all right. I got it right here. You guys hear it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
You know, he's 72 years old.
Can you imagine
cool.
those girls on what they were just out there playing, and Steven Tyler walks up and starts singing the song that they're playing? How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy and cool.
You know, but those kind of videos I think are really cool because it shows.
Yeah.
It's
Crazy and cool.
it just it shows the character of a person too. You know, it shows that he's human, he's real. You know, to me that's just one video like I really like because it's just something. Now, if you look at the comments in that video, you'll see a lot of like nasty comments, like, you know, he's horrible. Listen to his voice, you know. But how was the audio on that? Could you hear it? Okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I can say that he sings better than me, even even with singing like that, you know, because it's terrible. I hate singing. No.
I
Very
sing. I sing when I'm like learning a song.
Yeah.
I'll sing
But
by
you have
myself.
to.
I'll sing by myself.
I sing in the car.
Yeah.
I sing in the car. I'm working on 3 songs now.
What are you?
4 songs. I'm working on a Brazilian song called Lua Branca. It's from a Brazilian pianist. I don't. Yes, pianist. Another song. I'm working on a Johnny Cash song. God's Gonna Cut You Down.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yes, that's a good
Johnny
one.
Cash was the first song I ever learned on guitar. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Blues. Yeah.
Cool. I'm working on Nothing Else Matters because we changed the version that I was playing before. And another one from Adele, Hello Now.
Hello.
Those are the songs.
Yes. Who I'm looking for. Is that the song? Or is that Lionel
Yes.
Richie? No, that's
that's another one. Yes, that's the Adele song.
Which is the Adele song? Which Hello is that one?
It's Hello.
I'm a few bars. Come on, bust it out.
I'm a terrible singer.
Just sing it. Go ahead. We want to hear it.
I have to remember the lyrics. I don't remember. It's Hello, it's me. I was California thinking something like that about the things, about the things, or I don't know. We used to be. Hello. Da-da-da. I don't remember the lyrics. Just singing, just hello. But it's that song, and it's that one.
Well, we're gonna hear it now, because now you got me curious.
All right.
I think of, is it Lionel Richie? Hello, is it you?
Yes, that one. Yeah. That's Lionel Richie.
Blah,
Yes.
blah, blah, blah.
I can see it in your eyes.
Yes, that's it.
I can see it. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, that's Lionel Richie.
You say goodbye, and I say hello.
Here we go.
Hello, it's me.
That one, yeah.
I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to me to go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal you, but I ain't done much. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California.
I'm depressed. I'm not in the stream. Just kidding.
Hey, do y'all remember this One Hit Wonder? I think it's a great song. I love this song.
Oh, nice song. Great song.
Yeah, love that song, man. Blues Image,
That's a
Ride
good
Captain
song.
Ride, 1970.
What is the what's the name of the song?
Ride Captain Ride by Blues Image, 1970.
Ride, Captain, ride. Is it like on your mystery ship or something? Is
Yeah,
that what he's
on your mystery ship. Yeah,
Yeah. I'm showing my age, but that's okay.
yeah, yeah. I think the guy said they were all high when they wrote that song.
Yeah, if they're riding high on their mystery ship, yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love it.
I like a lot of one-hit wonders.
One toke over the line.
Sweet Jesus.
One toke over the line.
One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. One toke over the line. Right? Isn't that the way it
yeah,
goes?
it's like I'm sitting on a bus in a
In a
railway
railway
station.
one toke over the line.
Yeah.
What are they trying to say? In that?
Cool.
I don't know. I think they were smoking something. They were smoking
Hardhead.
They were one toke over
Yeah.
the line, clearly. And they wrote that one.
You know, when I was in high school, my junior year, my English teacher showed us the Beatles movie. Do y'all remember the old trippy Beatles movie with it was like cartoon, kind of like cartoon
Yellow
style.
Submarine.
Yellow Submarine.
The Yellow Submarine. Yeah, he showed us that movie my junior year in high school. And you know, I just thought it was great because it's like, I mean, these kids know nothing about the Beatles, you know what I mean? And he was just getting the biggest kick out of it, you know, showing all the kids the beauty of the Beatles and whatnot. And I thought that was great.
That's the whole thing too, is about the Beatles. Have you guys heard the conspiracy theory about Paul McCartney,
No.
where
Which
he
one?
died a long time ago and it's actually his gardener?
Yeah.
I know you heard about it. I could tell.
Yeah.
I haven't heard about it.
What's the gardener's name? Do you remember?
I have no idea.
How about fact check it?
All I know is all I know about this one is that it's the myth. The myth was started because of on the cover of Abbey Road. One of them, you know how they're all walking on the road. One of them has no shoes, and so that's the. And I guess it was customary to bury people without their shoes in England or something. So like, oh, Paul's dead. And they were just it was all secret messages.
Bobby, I think it's Bobby something. If I'm correct.
Conspiracy. Abbey Road conspiracy. Let's check this. What is the Abbey Road conspiracy? It's a large number of clues that Paul McCartney died in 1966 and was replaced by another left-handed bass-playing musician who looked and sounded much the same. I don't see anything about the dude's name though.
Put in Paul McCartney death image gardener or something like that. Because it was his gardener that supposedly, or his landscaper. Yeah, and I think it's Bobby something.
I talked to a Vietnam vet. Bless his heart, he died not too long ago. But he remembers when the Beatles came to town locally. And I said, hey, man, do you remember when the Beatles came down to the stadium? He's like, oh, yeah, how could I forget? We wanted to beat those pussies up. We couldn't stand the Beatles with their little hair and all that. We wanted to fight them, man. We wanted to fight them. He was pissed because they got all the chicks, you know, and they seen them as pretty boys, and they were just, you know, these good old boys, you know, and they wanted to fight the Beatles. And we didn't like them. We didn't like them.
So our
That's funny.
Gonzo, have you found Paul McCartney's gardener?
I can't find his name. I can't find the gardener thing. I'm finding a bunch of articles on it, but I'm like digging through them, and I'm like, I can't get a name. Paul is dead. So people are saying it was an auto accident. Let's see. It's like, yeah.
Gonzo's gonna need a raise after tonight.
Good luck on that.
That's funny.
right, we'll see here. Let me see what I can
Freaking
find here.
words.
It seems to be that fact checking is a big thing nowadays.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Podcast, sure.
Gardner replacement for the Beatles.
Yeah, see if you can find. Because I'm finding nothing. I'm just finding that they thought he was dead in 1966.
Yeah, it was replaced with a man named William Shears Campbell.
Oh.
I've never heard of that before.
No.
Same.
William Shears Campbell. Pull up a picture of him. Let me pull up a picture of William Shears Campbell. William Shears Campbell.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything like him, does it?
What?
Yeah.
Here's another picture.
Looks like him.
What even? So
Yeah,
strange.
those are those conspiracy theories which I just crack up on because here he is again.
Oh, here's one.
Yeah. Oh, that's the newest one. Yeah, that's there's a picture of him and Paul McCartney together.
My
Yeah.
God.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Not even. But yeah.
Yeah, here he is in 2007.
Is that William Shears supposed to be?
Yeah, it is. That's not Paul McCartney.
Oh wow.
It looks like Paul McCartney.
I'm going to say we solved it.
We solved the mystery, guys.
Here you go.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
The real one would be on your left-hand side.
I feel like the first one was the Beatles and the second one's Wings.
Yeah.
That's really got me thinking now.
Well, it's
That's true.
Well, Elvis is apparently still around. He's mowing lawns and stuff.
Well, of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? What is he, about 87 now? Why wouldn't you mow lawns at 87?
Did he really die that young?
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's put it this way. I remember seeing Elvis do his live in like Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, I'm trying to think what I remember. Trying to think of the last time that I actually saw Elvis live, not physically, but saw him on TV. I think when he was overweight and was dressed in the whole white thing with the scarves and and I think that was Hawaii, if I'm not correct. We'll fact check that. We'll just say Elvis Presley, Hawaii, last concert. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's the last one. Last concert, 1977. So, and that was on CBS.
I was.
You see, Elvis had gained a ton of weight before he had died. Apparently, he was bad off on his health was really bad. He was bad off on pills.
It's a shame because somebody like that was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I think this is the one that I remember.
myself were both taken to the hospital, and fortunately, she was released. They kept me overnight. She required 4 stitches under her chin, and she got multiple bruises. I've got.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That's the music I grew up with. You know, Elvis really started doing like. I mean, his thing was gospel music, if I'm correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to verify me on that. It was gospel music.
Yeah, it was. It was. He was from Mississippi. He was from Tupelo, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think it kind of crossed over into rock and roll. And then when he started shaking his leg and doing the hip thing, and that's when
that was very controversial back then.
Yeah.
You know.
Let's do a let's do a quick kind of an idea of everybody's age. I'm in my 50s, man. You're in your 30s. Gonzo, you're in your 20s. Carolina, you're in your
41.
Okay, so you're early 40s. So we got 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. Fantastic.
All ages.
Yeah, we got it covered. Totally covered.
Full rainbow, the Rainbow Coalition.
Yeah. Lesbians.
Yes.
That's cool.
He tagged you in something today, Tony?
Oh, Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah, that was on the 21 convention.
Yeah.
That was funny. Yeah.
Just a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know what would be fun too is Carolina, is your piano nearby?
Excuse me. I'm going to hop.
Is your piano nearby?
Sorry.
Is your piano close by?
My keyboard is there, but I will have to go now,
okay.
Mr. Bruno, because I have to help my mother there. So it was very nice to be here. Nice talking to you.
We are very glad that you jumped on tonight, and you are welcome any
Thank
time.
you.
You know
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Give your mother, Gonzo, Man, and Tony Bruno's love, for sure.
All right. I'll send her.
Thank
you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, that was cool. We got some music involved, too.
Yeah.
Music trivia.
Yeah. So
your brother does that on his show sometimes. He does a little music trivia.
So Gonzo, I mean, you know, we've got 3 people live chat right now. Whoever you are in the live chat, we'd like to get you on here. I'm going to put a live link in the chat, and we want you to come on live.
Who we got on right now?
Because we ain't got nothing to do right now, so
we chilling.
Yeah. If you're in the live chat right now and there's a few people in there, I'm going to put a live link in there. Click on that link, enter your name, and come on in. Well, I'm still sipping my little bit of peanut butter whiskey. And you better get us before me and Gonzo start playing guitar again.
Y'all gonna make me go get my guitar.
No, get it.
A full jam session.
I have no problem with that. Somebody's playing.
Yeah, I found my pick. So I'm trying to think of see, the worst part is I'm normally I prepare for this sort of thing, and I'm trying to think of see.
Oh, there's no prep. We just play.
Let's see. Let me go see if I can swing and grab mine. I have to get my Telecaster without the app, so hopefully the sound still picks up.
Okay, yeah.
Just think of, you can't always get what you want.
Who is that?
Crank up your volume, my brother.
Okay, I don't know if I can.
Let me see you riffing off. Go for it.
Huh?
Just riff away.
Just riff away. I think because on my end it like starts to cut out.
Does it really?
Yeah, like because
I'm playing with what you're playing. Because
Huh?
I've seen people live stream before with
Mhm.
instruments, and I'm not quite sure if they're actually like mic'd in. Maybe, you know.
Yeah, I think I think sometimes they are. I don't know. Like I think in my mic settings I turned off the what is it? Actually, no, I have it on isolation. So I turned that off. Let's see if I don't know if that does it, but I noticed like when I play, like I can't hear what you're playing, and so it's kind of. I think it's StreamYard just kind of does that.
You can't go wrong with a G, C, and D. You just can't. I mean, every song written seems to be written with that.
Yeah, like I see. Wait, how does
Sing it up, brother. Sing it up.
I don't know how it. I see a bad moon rising. Yeah, something like that. I see trouble on the way. Don't go around tonight, 'cause it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the right. Something like that.
What is the chord you're playing?
Oh, it's just G, C, and D. That's it.
Okay. Right?
Yeah, that's it.
How's the chorus though? So it's B, A. That's a pretty easy song.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever played that before.
Yeah, it's just a lot of them like that. I'm amazed. Sometimes, have you ever listened to a song and then you're like, oh, I wonder how the hell did they play that one? And then you realize it's like, oh, it's just that. It's real simple.
I'm curious what this is actually going to sound like when it's playing back.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be in time. I have no idea. We need to get together and like make an album or make like a single or something.
Well, I'm going to tell anybody that's in the chat right now, if you want to come in, whether it's live with an instrument or not, I'm going to put a link right now. Click the link, and there it is. Come on in live. And in fact, we need a singer. So I'm going to unmute Man right now. There he is. So there is a live link in there if anybody wants to come in. So. Oh, nice. That sounds like a little Boston.
Yeah, it does, don't it?
Is it?
No.
Man, you were killing it right there, buddy. What happened?
Oh, I didn't know. Was it picking it up?
I thought I heard it pretty good. I'm curious what the playback will be. So.
I think there's going to be a little bit. Actually, you know, if you guys go into your mic settings, you might be able to. I turned off the echo cancellation and the automatically adjust mic volume. I turned that off. So
yeah. See, you're way more technologically advanced than we are.
That might make it better. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so turn off echo cancellation?
Yeah, echo cancellation and adjusting the mic volume.
Go ahead and just start playing.
Oh. Let's see.
Y'all hear me all right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think there's some echo, but
why don't we do this? Something in a nice slow.
Nice slow
E.
E.
But somebody's got an echo.
Yeah, man. I think it's on your end.
Man, you were
Yeah.
who's got
Your quality sounds kind of bad on your end.
Hang on one sec.
It sounds.
Oh, yeah. I think you got an echo, Tony.
Do I?
I think you probably. Yeah, I think so. Well, actually, I don't know.
Am I echoing right now?
No, you're not echoing.
Go ahead. Man is echoing.
Man,
I'm echoing.
Yeah. I'll mute you right now. Can't hear a thing. Do you have your volume up? Yeah, if you turn your volume down.
Try it now.
Test.
How's that? A little better?
A little better? Still getting.
Yeah.
Still echo. Yeah.
I need to get my headphones.
Yeah.
How's the volume now?
I still hear. I still hear
Sounds kind of cool.
That's weird. I don't know why it's echoing now. Let me fix my mic.
But it's like a delay pedal.
I like it.
Yeah. It's funny. I was playing that riff earlier, and my girlfriend immediately knew what the song was.
I'm trying to pick up a pick. Go ahead. What's the song?
Oh, it was that. Here, let's see if you guys know this song. I'm like.
Is that better?
Much better.
Much better, yeah. Yeah. Anybody?
I had to
anybody
fix
know
it.
that?
Man, you were crushing it, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a guitar player. That was nice, man.
Yeah.
Play some blues, man. Let me hear that. Let me hear that.
How about this? I'll play some blues.
Yeah, you just jazzed us up right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was jazzing it up. Yeah, that's jazz funk. They like to call that funk down here.
I actually like it, man. That's cool. Gonzo, take it away, buddy.
See, what is that? That's E, right?
You know, that's a Steve Miller song, "Keep on Rocking Me, Baby," and it uses that.
I like that.
Yeah, but
I'm
love
gonna
it.
leave you guys alone for 2 seconds here.
Okay.
I'm going to mute my mic. Just go ahead and play away.
The guitar's a little out of tune here.
A little flat.
Yeah, mine's a little flat. Let me tune it up.
Okey doke. Yeah.
What happens? The fretboard sort of changes with the weather a little bit. Sometimes it seems.
Yeah, or the humidity.
The humidity.
Mm-hmm. That'll do it. Yeah, this guitar has a similar thing. Sometimes it'll need to dry it out a little bit.
There we go. I think we got it now.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll play some regular open chords here.
What are you playing?
Just picking around, nothing in particular. I forgot a lot of songs. I used to play a couple of popular songs. I forgot them. I do know one. I used to like a lot of Steve Miller Band. A minor, E minor.
So what do you have your guitar tuned to, buddy?
Me?
Yeah, what do you guys have it tuned to? Just a straight up
EADGBE. Yeah.
But what's the
440?
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Don, I see you have a capo on there. Is yours?
Yeah, I did the. You know what? I don't know why or like when I did this, but I just decided to start tuning everything 2.5 steps down, or a full step down, I guess. So, yeah. So if I have the capo here, then it's just normal tuning.
I wonder if we can like plug in some night and use headphones so we could actually hear each other. Because I think what's happening is that I can kind of hear you guys when I'm playing.
You probably can't hear me so well because I'm using a electric guitar as an acoustic.
Yeah.
You know,
are you plugged in though?
No.
You're not plugged in? Okay.
No.
I think I know there's some platforms that are designed to where like, you know, musicians can collaborate and stuff live on a project, and so I don't.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get some of that software over onto the show. Maybe that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there'd be a way to do that. I'll look into it because I know I've seen people try to do it through Zoom, but I don't know how they keep it in sync because it's really weird.
Yeah, I saw a couple like pro bands do it through, I think it was like Zoom or something like that. But we're actually pretty, I mean, if you think about it, we're pretty real time right now. When you guys are speaking, it's as close to real time as you can get. The only problem is that when you hear I have a hard time hearing what you're playing right now. When I'm playing,
noise cancellation. It's noise cancellation stuff. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, when I was getting echoes, I had the echo cancellation. I had all that off. That's why y'all were getting echoes.
Okay, yeah.
Well, we gave it our best shot.
Yeah.
We tried it.
Man was shredding there for a while. That was awesome, dude. We were doing a little blues. That was fantastic.
Yeah, this is super on point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got this guitar probably about 6 or 7 years ago. Maybe 8 years ago.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but
it's very similar, the color to what I have.
That's a sunburst, they call that. Yeah.
Do you know what the difference is?
No.
I'll show you the difference real quick in the guitars. The older ones, I don't know if you can tell, but when you look at your guitar, it has two colors. The older ones in the 70s, can you see the three colors on mine?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Mine just has two colors.
Yeah. This is something they did. This is 1974 is where this is.
Yeah, I like those a lot better.
Yeah. So it's just a difference in you do have the colors, but they're not as pronounced. It's when they
not as pronounced. Yeah.
It's when they fade the colors where this is, I think it's actually a tricolor.
Yeah, you can definitely see this is mainly two colors.
Yeah, but you see the fade where it does show the other color?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yours has more that vintage look, that vintage look.
What year is that?
Oh, this is a new one. This was made in the USA. No, this one's not made in USA. Okay. I know some of the Telecasters are either made in the USA or made foreign. The ones that are made in USA are much more expensive.
Okay.
This one's made in Mexico.
Yeah. Okay.
So I didn't want to spend a fortune on one, so I got this one. Which I'm glad I didn't, because it served me pretty well. It's missing a knob here. It's missing a little thing on there, and it's missing the cap. Like right here, it's missing it here. So
yeah, that's my Mustang is actually a family guitar. My dad gave that to me about probably 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's like one of those things you could pass down for generations.
Yeah, it was in the family. So
yeah, my first guitar was a Yamaha acoustic, and then my first electric was what they called the Laguna. I guess it was probably about $100 guitar. You know, the whole setup was about $100. I bought a spider amp, right? Spider amps, I think they call them. I still got it to this day. But it, like my little brother learned, he he started playing this when he was probably 10, 11 years old. So I'm glad I didn't get nothing too expensive because it's got a few dings in it from him. It's got a chip here, but it gives it some character, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So at least I didn't pay
you
for it.
Mine is from the family.
Yeah.
So remember what Michael Corleone said, right? Never take sides against the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was from The Godfather. Remember that?
No, that movie was too long.
You told Fredo that. Never take sides against the family.
Never take sides against the family.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I can pretty much turn every conversation into a quote from The Godfather if you'd like. I could do it.
Yeah.
I have to sit down and rewatch that movie. It's a long, long movie. It's like, what is it, like almost 3 hours?
Probably, yeah. What a great
on each one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen
that
Fiddler
movie
on the
was
Roof?
filmed in my grandma's hometown of what is it, Corleone, Italy. I believe is where the movie was filmed. That's my grandma's hometown. She's straight off the boat from Italy. And Corleone, Italy is where that movie was filmed. It's a very poor, rural Italian town in southern Italy, which is Sicily. But that's
Corleone, right?
Huh?
Corleone.
Corleone, yeah. 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 I think that's the name of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's the movie, so the movie doesn't lie, right?
Right. Was that the name of the town, Corleone, Italy?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, that's where it was filmed.
I think what happened is when people came over from Italy, when they were, back in the day, they took the name, when they came here, they took the name of their hometown.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you got Vito Corleone. What they did was in the movie The Godfather, I think in the beginning, and I'm not sure, I don't think it was Godfather 2, but it might have been Godfather 2, but they showed him when he was like at Ellis Island. And when he came over, they saw he was from Corleone, Italy, so they named him. They said, your name is Vito Corleone. So that's how they named people back then. So if you were Gonzo, where are you from?
Where am I from?
What's your original town?
Original town. Actually, you know what? I'm trying to. I was in Hemet for a long time.
Where is it?
Hemet, California.
Okay, so your name would be Chris Hammett.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, man? What's your original town?
New Orleans.
So your name would be Man Orleans.
Man Orleans, yeah. Orleans. Orleans.
Orleans. Man Orleans.
There we go, Man Orleans. That's so funny.
I want to see that on the next stream. Instead of Mantadone, I want to see Man Orleans.
That would be awesome.
Amazing.
That would be sweet.
I think we all need to do a stream where we just all come on and have this exact hat.
Yeah. How can I get that hat? That's what I want to know.
I thought I have a hat. I thought about wearing it tonight.
Like on the last one, Lion 227, he had the hat. He just pulled it right out. All of a sudden, he had a hat on. How did that happen?
I think they were trendy about 3 or 4 years ago, huh? They were pretty trendy.
I have no idea. Have these ever been trendy? Maybe they have.
Yeah, I think they were trendy a few years ago. Believe it or not, yeah.
I remember a buddy of mine got a deal from some company that made hats like these, but they were like anti-communist hats. And the company ended up going out of business, and so they were giving them away pretty much. My buddy got them, but it's funny.
Nice.
It's got that real Canadian look.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
it does. The Canadian outdoorsman,
Hey, you want to say A after everything.
Yeah.
Hey! Yeah.
Kind of like the movie Fargo. Might you want to come down?
Oh, you know what? I swear, this was the hat they had in Fargo.
Yeah,
They all
Yeah.
had that. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, the movie Fargo?
Mhm.
yeah.
That's a great movie.
That's on Netflix right now, isn't it? I have to watch that.
But they made a new series, I think, based off of, or I don't know if it's based off the original movie or what they did, but I know that the Coen brothers came back and they made a new thing
Yeah.
with it. But I like
Yeah.
the original movie. I don't know what the new thing is.
I think it's on Showtime or HBO, right? Fargo? Is it one of those? Is it on a paid channel?
I don't know. Here, do I gotta fact check this?
Yeah, you got to fact check it. You're a fact checker.
I gotta fact check here. Let's see. Let's do.
How many viewers do we have online right now?
Right now, we got 4. We just got another one, whoever they are. So, whoever you are, it's time to stack up and hit that link that's in the live chat. I'm going to put it in again and jump on our live stream.
Either jump on or fess up to who you are in the comments section. We got to know.
Yeah, that's all we want to know.
If you put a comment up, Tony might put your comment on the show. So go ahead and hit us with something witty.
Definitely will.
Put something witty in the comment section, and we'll put you live.
Well, whoever they are, they just left. So, and that's okay.
Well, the TV series. It looks like the TV series premiered on FX.
FX, okay.
So FX.
Gotcha.
And I don't see anything else on that. But I think it's on Netflix now. So.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, you guys. Have you ever heard of, this is something I've been researching for about a year now, of nicotine. Do you know what a nootropic is or nootropic?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you read about nicotine, like before you work out? People put a nicotine patch on.
You know what? I haven't read about it, but whenever I go to like the supplement section of the grocery store, they always have, like, right next to all the protein powders and all that stuff, they have a whole bunch of nicotine products.
Like nicotine patches?
It improves like cognitive function, improves quite a few things. Nicotine got like a bad rap. Like this little thing that I'm puffing on right now after I smoked on my pipe is it's a nicotine delivery system is what it is. You know? So I've been reading about like how before you work out or how before you want to focus on something, that nicotine is not harmful to you. It's the delivery system of the nicotine that's harmful to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Okay. Also, did you know too, the nicotine, like 95% of nicotine in a tobacco leaf is in the stem. It's in the vein that runs in the middle of the leaf. That's where your nicotine is.
Do you know what nicotine is actually in a plant?
What it is? Do I know what it is? It's a chemical.
It's a defense mechanism.
Right. Yeah.
Like bugs and things like that.
Yeah.
Because like a bug or a small animal was to eat a tobacco leaf or something like that, they would actually, like overdose or get sick. Yeah.
Do you know if you grow like tomatoes or whatnot, they can actually get a tobacco plant disease on your tomato crops? It's a crossover disease that will affect if it cross contaminates with tomato plants, you can get your tomato plants infected with this tobacco disease. It's pretty interesting.
Let me ask you about growing things. Now, if you grow things, do you think it's wrong that you should be able to grow hemp or marijuana in your own home?
Hell no. You should be able to grow. It's a plant. You should be able to grow it. You know. That's just my opinion.
That's a good question. Because personally, because I thought about, I kind of went back and forth on the legalization stuff for a long time. And because I thought about it, and I'm like, with weed specifically, I remember reading data, and I'm not sure if this is accurate or if this is like some woke data or something, but basically it's just like, more people are killed by the cops over weed than they are killed by weed. But more people are killed by the actual drug heroin than by the cops killing them over heroin. So therefore, we should probably just legalize weed.
Yeah.
And so should people be able to grow it in their own home? I mean, yeah, I think so. But but what I'm concerned about is now that in certain places where they have legalized, now you've got the people on more serious stuff that are saying, well, hey, now that they're more lax about weed, let's just start doing meth and stuff like that.
Well,
So
I
I'm
saw
like,
that. It's funny because it's funny you mentioned that because there's been a meme going around where cocaine, I think it's Oregon now, is legal, small amounts of cocaine.
and
But
meth.
plastic straws that you snort the cocaine with are outlawed. So you can have the Coke, but you can't have the straw. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, not at all.
Like you can have heroin. We're just gonna outlaw all the spoons.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Like, what's with the whole thing with alcohol, like home brewing alcohol? Is that regulated in any kind of way? Because you can sit there and brew, you can sit there and make alcohol at home, ferment things and get fucked up as hell, but you can't grow a weed plant and get high, you know?
Yeah.
How does that work? Like, you're both of them are intoxicated. Just alcoholism is even more, you know, people respond differently to alcohol than they do marijuana, you know?
But would you agree with that? Like, since they've legalized marijuana, do you think somebody should drive while they're smoking weed?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think you should be impaired at all while you drive. I don't think you should.
So where do you draw the line is the question.
I mean, also too, caffeine's a drug, right?
Yeah.
Are you impaired when you're under the influence of caffeine? I mean, that's up for debate. I don't think you are. It's a different kind of impairment for sure. Where do you draw the line with use, like recreational use of marijuana? I guess the same way you do with alcohol. You know, don't be under the influence if you're gonna get behind a wheel. But enjoy it in your own home if you want to grow it. Fine, grow it.
What's the difference between weed and alcohol?
The way I would say the way it affects you, mainly.
I think
I
one
guess
is
it would
just,
depend. Yeah.
like one is a depressant and the other one is a antidepressant, depending on the type of strain, I guess.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah,
weird.
I've never heard of marijuana making people angry, but I know of alcohol makes people angry, can make people angry. But I've never heard anyone that gets high on marijuana gets angry. You know, I would say that would be
but the difference is, I think the difference is like back when I was growing up, weed wasn't strong. Maybe it was like 5% or something like that. THC.
Yeah, that's very true.
Now there is high, I think like 35% THC.
Yeah,
That's
it's a lot more
a big difference.
Yeah,
You know? That's the difference, I think, between you having a glass of wine or 4 shots of Jim Beam.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I
Where
guess
would you draw the line?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have anybody against anything. I don't have anything against anybody that does anything in moderation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like to go by saying it says anything used at the wrong time can be poison. Anything used at the right time can be medicine. You know, and that could be anything. Anything used at the wrong time or too much can be poison, but used at the right time.
I think at one time in my life, did I think like smoking pot is it's okay. I don't judge anybody that does it, but I think it is a I think we've gotten to the point to where the fact that it's so much stronger than it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we've gotten to the point to where legalizing it, I guess it's okay, you know. But the problem is that I don't want to judge anybody if they smoke weed, if they, you know. The difference is, I think there's a big difference between somebody that's smoking some pothead, or somebody that's completely smashed out of their brain on alcohol. I think there's a big difference there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is, I guess, a much heavier sort of subject, right? But I've been having like a similar internal dialogue about abortion, because it's a whole thing of like, should it? Because here's the thing, like, not everything that's amoral in America is illegal, right? And so the question is you could say like, well, I think we all agree that having an abortion is wrong, right? Do we agree on that?
Oh, I agree on that 100%.
That it's murder, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. But is it our responsibility as citizens to pass laws and make that illegal?
I look at it from a different approach, and I'll share that with y'all. Yes, I do believe it is murder, and the point that you're gonna make there, well, I'll cut you off of your point, but the way I look at it is, what are the effects of legalized abortion having on our culture? What are the effects? What's the trickle effect that it's having? You talking, you know, you can say, yeah, you can make a lot of different arguments for it, but what is the effect that it's having on our culture? And as we all know, we have a problem with broken homes in our world. You know, families, you know, messed up families, no father, single motherhood, whatever, right? And how does abortion affect that? And you can really go down a lot of different rabbit holes with that, but I don't think it affects our society positively because of the trickle effect. Aside from the murder aspect, aside from, you know, telling people what they can and can't do with their bodies and all that, you know, riffraff. But
you mean
I just think,
my body, my choice?
yeah, I mean, we can sit there and talk about that all day long. I mean, you know what I mean? My body, my choice. I don't want to wear a damn mask. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you can just sit there and make all kinds. There's people that make arguments for that on both sides of the spectrum. The way I look at it is, how is it affecting our society by where women can choose to get pregnant, or not choose to get pregnant, but can get pregnant, but also have the choice whether or not they want to have the baby or kill the baby. You know,
and the father have no choice at all.
The father have no choice. It's like, well, my wallet, my choice, and that's not my original work. And a lot of people would lose their minds if you say that, but it's like, my body, my choice, my wallet, my choice. You know, and that's not my original thinking. That's something I heard. But it's like, it's true. I agree with it. And I know it's very, very, very controversial. But what are the effects that abortion is having on our promiscuous culture? And it's, whether you agree with it or don't agree with it, it's making an effect on our culture for sure. And I don't think it's making
1.5 billion Chinamen right now, Chinese.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. But I think abortion affects our culture negatively.
Yeah.
I think it contributes to broken homes. I think it contributes to single motherhood, fatherlessness, children. I think it contributes to that. And that's the outlook that I take on abortion. You know, that's the approach that I tend to argue the point of abortion.
So when do you think like an abortion is necessary? No. Okay, let me ask you. Let me phrase it like this. Say somebody, a woman is pregnant, and they do a test, and the baby has like Down syndrome or some sort of defect. Do you think it's different there than? In other words, when do you say it's a life and it's not a life that I want to bring into this world? And who can make that decision?
Yeah, I think we as people, as humans, have no place to judge, And from what I've seen, I've seen people who've had pretty severe birth defects, right? I've met people who have like no arms. They'll have like fingers but no arms, and things like that. And you know what? Or like maybe you guys have heard of the guy. There's a guy, and I forget his name. He's a speaker, but he was born without arms and legs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's no denying that those people have it hard, but they still have a chance to overcome, and they still would rather have their life.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even see an argument for that at all. If you look at it from that angle, it's like the minute life is conceived is the minute that it becomes murder. Period. I mean, the minute it has a heartbeat, it's murder after that. I don't care whatever weeks or phases they want to talk about. Like, if you look at it like that, it's still murder. I don't care what you say. You're still terminating a human life.
Yeah, so it's really disturbing to me when I hear these stories of like, oh, the child has six toes instead of 5. It's like, okay, well, let's abort it. Okay, time to go. Like, what? Are you kidding me? And it's like superficial stuff, frankly. I mean, with the
and a lot of parents that do have special need kids, man, they're beyond blessed to have that kid, even though it has special needs or whatever the case it might have. A lot of those parents couldn't be more happy.
We'll talk about pregnancy, and let's go really deep into this rabbit hole.
All right.
Is really, I think the most fertile years are from like, I want to say it's like 16 to like 21, if I'm correct.
Okay.
Most women, I think, are having their kids nowadays in like their late 30s to 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So what that does is it increases the chances of birth defects, Down syndrome, and all these other issues.
Yeah.
So if we keep going farther down that rabbit hole, who do we blame that on? And I don't want to blame it on anybody, but how did we get to this point? To where when my mom and dad grew up, it was okay to marry and have a kid at 18 years old. How many families do you know that have started when the woman is 18, 19 years old?
None in recent times. And something else, not to hold that point, I don't want to get off that point. Something else I hear a lot swirling around lately is people that have multiple kids, like, in other words, more than one, really. Oh, they're so selfish. That's so irresponsible. How can they do, it's like, what? What are you talking about? How is it irresponsible to have a big family? As long as you can support them, like, how is that irresponsible? As a man and you take care of your family, how is it irresponsible if you bring 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kids in the world? If you can provide for them, if the actual father can provide for them, not father government. But it's like, how is that irresponsible? It's like they're at a point now where they're shaming big families. It's bizarre. It's really crazy.
Michael Foster, what a quality guy. 7 children.
Yeah. That's great. It's like, hey, these people that are having a lot of kids want to make a bigger impact on our world in a positive way by raising good kids.
Mm-hmm.
So why not have more kids? I think people should have more kids. I do. I think people should be having more kids.
Make children great again.
Yeah, there you go.
Make children great again.
If you have a good home for those kids to be raised in, have a bunch of them. That's all I can say. But as far as the rabbit hole you was diving into, I mean, it's true. And who's to blame? Well, I can really simplify that really easily. It's not a sexy answer, but I think a lot of guys bent to a lot of things. Bowed their knee down to a lot of things they shouldn't have kneed down to, and stood up against a lot of things. And you're talking decades early, when this stuff first started happening, when it first started creeping in. The destruction of the family and things like that. Those men are to blame. I don't think it's women. I don't think the women and the feminists are a product of that, is what I think. Of guys that are bending a knee and compromising on shit they know is wrong, you know, or they knew was wrong back even when it first came about. But it's sneaky, you know. Evil is sneaky. Evil is not very overt. It's more overt now, but it was more covert back then, I believe. So yeah, you can trace that.
Now it's in the open. In other words,
now it's more in the open. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. You know, now it's like now they're doing all kind of crazy stuff now. You know, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now that I think about it, you know, right? Because I mentioned it before, but my dad was a beta male, and I I wondered why, and the reason is because my grandparents are from World War II, and it occurred to me that I think part of the reason why things turned out the way they went, because somewhere along the line nobody taught my dad how to be a man. And I was just like, why is that the case? And I realized it was during World War II, because my grandmother, who was British, she was working in the factories building the bombs to fight the Nazis. And so
where is your grandmother from?
I'm not sure exactly where. I'll have to check with my family, but in England. Somewhere.
And then your grandfather, did your grandfather fight in the war?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he was American.
Okay.
Fighting in the war. And
now
so,
there's a how do I put this? There's basically, I'm trying to think how I saw this recently. It was in a podcast. It might have been with Stefan Molyneux, that all the strong men that went to war were killed off. So basically, you killed off the alphas. Now the betas are the ones that are left at home. He had talked about I want to call it the white feather. Do you want to fact check that, Gonzo?
Check that, yeah.
The white feather.
The white.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like there were a lot of alphas that came back from the war that survived the war.
So what happened was when I think it was World War II, if you were somebody that was still here, they would give you a white feather. If I'm correct on this, I might be butchering it.
Well, I found it here. So on Wikipedia, it says the white feather. It's a widely recognized symbol. And in the United Kingdom and the countries of the British Empire since the 18th century, it has been used as a symbol of cowardice used by patriotic groups, including prominent members of the suffragette movement and early feminists, in order to shame men into enlisting.
Yeah. In other words, why were you here when everybody else was there? So there's that whole theory of the alphas were killed off. The guys that were looking to protect their country, protect their family, and be a man. So all that was left were the weak males.
And it was like a conspiracy in a way to kill off.
Conspiracy, but it was just a fact.
Okay.
Guys that were ready to go in to fight, got killed off one right after another.
What about the survivors, though? What about the men who went to war and kicked ass and came back home in one piece?
Yeah. But how many of them were there?
You have to find out. I don't know. But yeah, that's my only drawback to that theory. But yeah, my grandpa, he was a survivor, but I know for sure he wasn't killed off, and I know damn sure he was an alpha. So not all of the alphas were killed off. Maybe the majority were. Maybe the majority of alphas were killed off, but I couldn't say all of them.
You guys ever heard the term Vichy male?
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Gonzo, go ahead and fact check that. It's going to blow
how do
your
you spell
mind.
that? It's
probably VICHY.
Vichy male, okay. Or VICHE.
It's from France, I believe.
Vichy. I mean, I found a product line. Vichy.
These are men who surrendered to the Nazis.
Okay. My girlfriend asked me about that today. She was watching what's the Netflix released
Email. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it right.
Yeah, you're saying it right. She asked me, she said, how do you feel about deserters and how do you feel about people that surrender? I said, well, the deserters, I said, we just recently had a deserter. Was it Bergdahl or whatever his name was? Bergdahl. And I believe they actually lost a couple of troops trying to rescue his ass for deserting. You know, she asked me how I felt about that today. But anyway, yeah, Vici male. So it was a deserter.
You know what? I actually can't find any like articles on. Actually, I did find a few articles from Rolo, but that's all I've seen on it.
Do Vici male France. That's a great search.
France. Vichy France. Common name of the French state. During World War II, it was independent ally of Nazi Germany.
There it is, right there.
Until late 1942, when Berlin took full control, evacuated from Paris to the resort town of Vichy in the unoccupied free zone in the southern part of metropolitan France. So it remained responsible for the civil administration of France as well as its colonies. So,
when somebody is called a Vichy male or Vichy male, you're like a traitor. Is basically what it is. That's what you're calling a traitor.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard it before. I just didn't know what context it was used.
Yeah, but I bring that up because I think. Because also during World War II, you know, that's when they, like I was saying, like my grandmother worked in those factories, and that's when they were like, let's get women in the factories.
Yeah, they had the whole slogan of the woman, we can do it, or something like that, flexing or whatever, like the OG feminist.
Yep. Yeah, and so that's my thought. I'm like, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. So I feel like there was a whole World War II, post-World War II generation that they just didn't get that wisdom for some reason.
Yeah, and I don't know who said it, but it was like during the whole women's rights movement and all that, where like when women started, I don't know all the details on that, but where women started getting their right to vote and things like that, to do things and like as far as that affected the public population, it was like some guy was like, well, how, I don't remember who it was. He's like, so how did that come about? And he's like, I just figured like they all sitting around and husband looks to his wife and say, go on, babe, get up there. Go tell him how you feel, and slap her on the ass and say, you know, get on up there. And they were like, that's how this shit happened. He's like, I don't feel like women even really wanted anything to do with it. I feel like the men encouraged them, like, get on up there. Go ahead and speak your mind, baby. You know, go up there, girl. You go, girl. And the women were just, in his opinion, he was saying the women were just kind of like, okay, I guess, fine, you know? I thought that was an interesting perspective to take on it. It's like maybe men encouraged, you know, women to become feminist and whatnot. So, I mean, I always blame us at the end of the day for everything. I never blame a woman for anything. I always blame myself or men in general, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to use a comparison here, and it's going to sound horrible. And I'm not comparing women to dogs by any means, but there's a certain hierarchy, I guess, in a family.
Yeah, sure.
And we have talked about this before. It's God over man, man over woman, woman over children.
Yeah.
I think that's the basic. Gonzo, did I get that right?
Yeah. It's God over Christ, Christ over man, man over woman, woman over children. That's it.
So when we leave that basic principle, that's when things get screwed up.
Mhm.
So if somebody like me who's been in relationships, and when you, as a man, when you give up that leadership role,
Mhm.
you think of like your, oh God, I hate saying this, but like your dog.
Mhm.
When you give a dog and you keep letting out the leash, they're going to take as much leash as you give them.
Yeah.
The reason I'm saying this is because not that women are dogs by any means, but that men have to hold themselves accountable
Mhm.
for
Letting that leash.
family and their women.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I did that sound right,
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah. I don't agree with guys that are like, oh no, she needs to take personal accountability, like talking about their wife or their girlfriend. She needs to take responsibility or accountability for her actions. Like the reason she's not is because of you. You know, everything falls on your shoulders. You get it together first, then she will. I mean,
Well,
hopefully in a good situation, you know. Don't
if you
always
think
work
about on the last stream when Michael Foster had said about, it's not that you're leading, it's kind of like the earth, the moon, and the sun. The moon is drawn to the planet earth, and that's why it revolves around the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I don't believe in globe earth, just kidding. That's a whole nother rabbit hole we can get into. But
Yeah, it surely is.
But you follow what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
just it's like when a man is leading properly, a woman's going to want to. Why wouldn't a woman want to feel that comfort?
Yes, the safety. Yeah.
So when a man gives that up
Yeah.
and says,
Yeah.
"Okay, it's time for you to lead,"
Yeah. Yeah. He's no longer fit to be that leader.
yeah,
Hmm.
he gave up his leadership role.
Hmm.
So,
It's interesting, and I think there are some ways to like prescribe a way around it or a way to navigate those issues in relationships. There are ways that things that you can do that are helpful to help you understand what your woman needs at a particular time or how to be the best leader you can be in particular times. I feel like you do. Like let's say the last Saturday night live stream, we were talking about it, how being a adaptable man is a good thing. You know, I think you do need to be adaptable as a man, not fake, but adaptable,
Mhm.
because life and relationships require you to be to be different at different times. I don't know any other fancier way to say that. Yeah.
Gonzo, are you doodling right now?
I am doodling.
That's
doodling.
awesome. I would
Adding into
absolutely
this.
love to see what you got right now before
Well,
you even.
see what I got. Here, let's see. I'm trying to, some of these things I'm trying to think of like ways to incorporate what we're talking about. But let's see here. We got some cigars. And you started with TV tonight.
That looks like an art for me.
We got let's see, we got
Broken Heart.
Yeah, Broken Heart. We got I can't really draw a weed plant, so I don't know what that is, but
That's good though.
That's good enough.
We got our hours worth of music in there.
Hours worth of music in there. We got Carolina in there.
Oh, nice.
I got oh, there's the rabbit hole.
Oh, fantastic.
So
there we go.
Rabbit hole in there. I got some there's a baseball.
There's a coronavirus. I get
the
coronavirus there.
Yeah, coronavirus. Yeah, I need to add on to that. I got some crooked bones here. Let's see, we got some pills hiding up there. We got some. This is like a chicken drumstick with some peas, and we got some butter. Because why?
That is great.
Is that it? I think that's about it. That's about everything on there tonight. So.
You might be my favorite artist, Gonzo.
I appreciate.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I like doing like the weird random, like I was showing you guys before, but like this is like I like kind of just a tangent sort of to do that sort of thing from time to time, and just sort of collage of different images and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I think about you doodling right now, and I'm like, you know what? I remember doodling now that I think about it when I was in probably grade school.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do this thing to where I would draw a line. It would actually be the top of the water. And then below the water, I'd have little bubbles. And then I would have little sea creatures and bubbles. Are you following me? You're an artist.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So everything would be, I would have the little, in the corner, we'll put it up here. I would have across the top, and then I would have the little rays of sunshine. Okay, so you'd have the sun up here in this corner, up here, and then you'd have a line across that would be the water line, and then everything below I would fill in with little round circles.
Okay.
So I do a little at a time. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, you just refreshed my memory. It was a popular thing to draw mushrooms when I was in high school. Mushrooms. Like interesting looking mushrooms. Starting at the bottom of the sheet, and they would draw like a whole forest of mushrooms. It was cool. But it was a trend. A lot of kids that would draw were drawing mushrooms at the time.
Were they eating mushrooms?
I don't think so, because I never heard of mushrooms until after high school, you know, or actually being exposed to it or whatever. It wasn't, I've never seen any mushrooms when I was in high school besides the ones kids were drawing. So it was cool, you know. It was a trend though, and that was what was so interesting about it.
Like what type of mushrooms? Are we talking like, wait, where'd it go? Yeah, are we talking like that kind of mushroom?
Yeah, or as opposed to what?
I don't know, like kind of like a more realistic, like
cartoon mushrooms, like a psychedelic mushroom.
Yeah.
You know, with different colors. It was very colorful and different things like that, you know. But it was a trend, which I thought was weird. I wasn't much of a doodler though.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this on the last stream that all mushrooms are edible at least one time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look into your emojis, like on your keyboard,
there's mushrooms. Yeah.
Here, and I'm going to put mushroom. I'm going to throw it in the chat.
Cool.
There it is.
Let's see it.
Yeah,
it's a
couple people,
of course.
A couple people big on the mushrooms.
I don't see the mushroom yet.
It's coming up. It's about.
There it is.
There we go.
There it is.
It's always that little red mushroom. Now, if you look at that mushroom, that's actually, I believe, one of the most poisonous mushrooms there is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I don't know what it's
yeah,
called. I don't
mushrooms
think that's a
are cool.
death cap. Death cap mushroom?
Now, when me in like my college years, which is really, when I look at it right now, that's about 40 years ago. Psilocybin mushrooms were actually very popular back then.
What kind?
Psilocybin mushrooms.
Yeah.
That was a popular thing back then. It wasn't unusual for people to go to the cow fields at night.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you had to pick them on a full moon, and they grow on cow shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that.
And they have a purple ring around them. I sound like an expert, don't I? But they have a purple ring around it. And then that was considered a trippy mushroom or a psilocybin mushroom. Yeah, magic mushroom.
Do you know the history of psilocybin mushrooms with the Vikings and with the Native Americans, the Native Indians? No. There is a broad history with them being used for for war, for ceremony, for celebration. It's been used in a lot of several different cultures for positive things. You know, it's got a deep history.
The thing about any type of would you call that a psychedelic?
Psychedelic, yeah.
This is my opinion about psychedelics. Somebody with a very weak personality or a weak mind, I don't think it's good for them. I don't think that they can handle that. Have you ever been around somebody that's been on a bad trip?
No.
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 I've heard stories.
I have. It's a personality change.
Yeah, I've
Permanently?
Have either of you guys been like completely shit-faced drunk?
No, I have never been shit-faced drunk. Never.
No. I've been pretty drunk, but not that drunk.
But I mean shit-faced to where you're like, oh crap, I shouldn't be at this level.
I've got
No.
Maybe a little close, but
I've wanted to get there, but I've never gotten there before. I think I've detoxed and thrown up before I was able to get to that point.
Okay. Well, I think what's happened. I mean, I've been there where I know I drank too much.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference is, I think that inside my head was still working. Okay, I was still able to understand inside my head that I couldn't do what I wanted to do, but I knew it in here. Versus somebody that has a weak mind, a weak spirit, and completely loses themselves, whether it be alcohol, weed, mushrooms, LSD, whatever they do.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And they do destructive things to themselves and others because
they lost control of their mind.
Okay, yeah. Have you seen someone permanently affected by it? Permanently?
Yeah, I would say I know a few people that are permanently affected. Yeah.
By psychedelics?
I don't know about psychedelics, but I think just abuse of alcohol and other things.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, over time, yeah.
I've seen some people who they well, I mean, one time, so I worked at a hotel at one point, and they were hosting an event where it was the my girlfriend knows this story very well, but it was the narcotics recovery group or whatever. I don't remember. It was a giant group of folks recovering from very hard drugs, and man, like they made a mess of the whole place. And there were some people there who they were like, I mean, it was supposed to be for people who had recovered, but there ended up being a dude. I found this guy just like laying in an upstairs party room, just with a bunch of empty chairs. He was just laying out there tweaking out. And a lot of the people there who I was working with, like, a lot of them were, they were just very, I don't know if they were on something currently, but a lot of them were definitely they had been messed up from years and years and years of doing hard drugs and had like neurological problems, like twitching and just like not walking right and stuff. It's pretty sad, but
you see neurological problems. So what happened is the fact that they've done drugs so many years has affected everything about them, the way they move, the way they walk, the way their thought process is.
Yeah, their speech.
I think people can recover, maybe not fully, but they can recover a lot of it over time, you know?
No.
Do you think people want to recover when they're in that state?
Usually no. Usually no. Usually they find that their habits or worth more than being sober. The pain of being sober is worse than their problems they have from their addictions, I believe. So, yeah, until it's not worth it for them anymore, I don't think people have a desire to be sober or to get off drugs. It's just being sober is not enticing enough to stop the drugs.
We're 4 hours and 20 minutes into this stream.
Mm-hmm.
I have sipped on one little, not even a full shot of peanut butter whiskey, and I'm sipping on this drink, which I refreshed with some kiwi strawberry only. There's so many people that couldn't do that.
That would need more?
It's like having to feed, you have to feed that fire.
Mm-hmm. And alcoholism is something interesting. It is. I can't quite fully put my finger on it because it's such a common thing, but it's just, for me, it's hard for me to put my finger on it. It really is. It's interesting.
Like why people end up that way?
Yeah, like I guess how and why, you know.
I think it's, you know, I don't know if it's addictive personalities.
I think part of it is. I've seen it personally. I think part of it is addictive personalities, whereas I don't have an addictive personality. Yeah. It's just not, to get off the addiction is just not worth being sober for.
I remember reading something very interesting about methylation, which is something that your body does normally. It's your body's process of like clearing out like neurotransmitters and drugs and all that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty complicated, and I don't know like a whole lot about it, but I know that there are many ways that the methylation system can break down, and they've actually associated methylation issues with drug addiction and things like that, which I think is pretty interesting. Just the fact that you're more likely to be addicted to drugs simply because your methylation system is broken down. So I don't know.
Tell me what, for anybody that's watching, what do you say? What do you mean when you say methylation system?
Yeah, because like methylation, like, okay, the best way I can describe it, because again, like I'm not a biochemist, I couldn't tell you the ins and outs, but from what I understand, so your body.
But you are one tonight, so go ahead and explain.
Yeah, I'm like, basically your body has all these different vitamins and minerals that it uses as tools for different processes, right? And so your body regulates your neurotransmitters in your brain and your hormones and all that stuff, and it uses methylation. And so your body's like, hey, we need to clear out certain levels of this stuff, and we'll use we'll convert these byproducts of this thing going on in your brain, we'll convert it using zinc and stuff, and it's just really complicated, but basically it's just your body's way of using resources to clear out excess chemicals. Yeah. That's the best way I can put it. Yeah, it's a biochemical process. And so, for example, if you have an allergic reaction, your body releases a lot of things, it releases something called histamine, right? Everybody knows what an antihistamine is. And methylation is what your body uses to clear out the histamine, so you stop having that allergic reaction.
That's like whenever I travel, and whenever I surf travel or go anywhere, I always have what's it called? The little pink pills. God, what's the name of the little pills?
Acetaminophen?
No. No.
I'm trying to. Not Zyrtec.
No, that's allergy. Oh crap.
It's not
Pepto
aspirin.
Bismol.
That's helpful if you have the shits for sure.
And it's pink.
Yeah.
You take some little gumballs with you.
Oh God, I have them in the cabinet right now. Go back to what you were saying about when you have a reaction to something. Benadryl.
Benadryl.
Benadryl. Okay. Yeah.
How can we not remember that? Yeah.
So I always have Benadryl, but Benadryl is always great for any type of allergic reaction to anything. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so what can happen is, so I don't know the full mechanism of why it would make sense that somebody with a problem with methylation would become addicted to drugs, but essentially what can happen is if that system breaks down, so say you have an allergic reaction and now you don't have the vitamins and the minerals and everything that your body needs to clear out the histamine, so the histamine just starts to build up. And you're just in a perpetual state of having an allergic reaction, and that's called histamine intolerance. But that's a problem with methylation. And there's also, like, certain types of birth defects are signs that there's methylation problems going on. I think they tied, like, I think Down syndrome is related to it. There's a bunch of stuff that's tied to methylation. So it's really important, and it's really kind of complicated, and there's a lot of moving parts. And so it's also kind of new science right now. So
yeah, that's something new. I've never heard of that methylation.
Yeah, but yeah, for some reason, people with methylation issues tend to have addiction problems, and so that can be interesting. So maybe where
genetics, basically. Yeah, genetics.
Could be genetics. Yeah, I mean. But that's why I think it may appear that some people have an addictive personality. It could actually just be even beyond that. It could be just that there is something chemically wrong.
Yeah. I'm usually one to take a practical approach on things. It's like, well, just cold turkey stop. But that's not always the case for a lot of people. And I would be the first to admit that, yeah, a lot of times it is a chemical imbalance that makes it very difficult for these people, you know, or for some people, or for whoever.
So you don't think it's just a weakness?
Oh, I think using anything as dependence is a weakness. I do. I think if you're dependent on anything as a man, is a weakness. I mean,
do you think, like, especially in the U.S., America, we call things a disease? In other words, alcoholism is a disease. Drug dependency is a disease.
As opposed to being like, hey, you have traits.
Opposed to being you're just weak.
You have weaknesses that need to be dealt with.
Life, you just, you know.
Yeah, it's like you have chinks in your armor that needs to be dealt with. You know, a disease, because if we label something a disease, then it kind of takes the responsibility out of somebody's hands in a way to improve. I mean, am I right or what? You know, it's like, but if we say, you know, hey, this is a flaw, this is a problem, this is a weakness that needs to be addressed, then they have to take responsibility for it. So I think that's another reason also too, to get people on medication to treat the disease, you know, by labeling something as an illness or a disease or whatever. Yeah, weakness is a disease. You know,
I think we talked about this one time before, to where, like, people go to these AA meetings, Alcoholic Anonymous, and a guy will stand up. My name is Dave. I'm an alcoholic, and he hasn't had a drink in 40 years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is he an alcoholic?
Hell no. Hell no. He's kicked that a long time ago. He's kicked it a long time ago, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think maybe the mental struggle is still real. Maybe like a spiritual struggle, but like it's like, man, you managed to stop doing it, you know. But what you find, I think a lot of people too, they'll overcome one addiction and they'll move on to something else.
Maybe if we could take the approach, I don't know, this is the approach that I take. If I'm dependent on anything, that's a problem for me. If I feel like I need something, if I need something like a substance or anything, if I need it, to me, that's a weakness. If I depend on it and I can't function without it, that's a weakness for me. And it needs to be addressed. Not that I'm susceptible to it or I'm less of a man for it, but it needs to be addressed. You know? Yeah, and I can understand that.
I mean, I've always been the kind of guy. I've always been the kind of guy to where it's like, if I know I had too much to drink one night, again, I've had a lot of experience in my life. If I've had enough to drink or too much to drink, the last thing I want to do is drink again. It could be a month before I even think of putting any alcohol to my lips.
Yeah, yeah. That's a normal response for a lot of people have that, I would believe. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back. Like, I don't think I ever, I mean, I never got to a point where I was really like truly addicted to anything. I smoked a little bit of weed. I drank
pothead
quite a bit. Yeah. Former pothead here. I was a pothead for like 4 months straight or so.
Whoa.
It was miserable. It was hell. I don't recommend it. But you know, you have the experience. But you know, I wasn't really addicted to it. But I think what happens is you get comfortable and you can get in a routine, and if that goes on too long, I think then that becomes all you know.
Yeah, it takes away from other aspects of your life too.
Yeah.
I break it down very simple. If you need or depend on anything, any type of substance, it's a weakness. And it doesn't make you less of a man or less of a person, but it's a weakness that needs to be addressed. And that's just how I see it. And we're all gonna have a weakness at some point, no matter what it is. We're gonna have something that we have to, grab it by the horns and try to beat its ass, but yeah, you can't be dependent on anything, in my opinion. I don't think it's a good way it's a good route to go down, to be dependent on something as a man, because then it controls you.
But don't a lot of people use it as a crutch? In other words, kind of as a coping mechanism.
From like snapping per se and doing something worse.
Not even that, but more like to soften, say, any kind of pain that they're having, rather than dealing with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it's easier to numb things. It's easier to numb problems. But you can't go your whole life running from problems and numbing things. You're just gonna kind of slide into a hole, You just gotta keep. If you're in a hole and someone keeps throwing mud on top of you, you're not just saying, well, fuck it, let me just put more mud on top of my head and bury myself alive. You're gonna try to get out. You're gonna try to keep fighting to get your ass out of there to the day you die. No matter if you succeed or not, you have to keep pushing. You have to keep fighting. You know, I just I know it's hard. I know it's cold. And I know that I might not have the most room to talk about it because I never had any type of serious addictions. But I do think that you have to struggle. You have to face that struggle every day. You have to keep fighting towards it. That's the life of a man, is struggle. That's just the way I see it. You know, that life of a man is work, in my opinion, is struggle. Not to say that's a bad thing, you know, not to say that that's a bad thing.
Let's go down another rabbit hole. Let's say the world was going to go to shit right now, like to hell.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. goes to full civil war mode.
Mm-hmm.
Are you confident in yourself that you would handle this?
Absolutely, 100%.
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
If it means the betterment, the future betterment, then, you know, I'm not encouraging it. I don't want it to happen.
You know, if you guys have saw the conversation I had with Ivan Throne.
Yeah.
Who wants to be the first? Is what he said. Who wants to be the first one to step up?
Well, I think.
For that one moment.
Okay. Yeah. And I think I know where he's getting at. But in my opinion, we are stepping up. All these men are stepping up and speaking truth. And we're getting, a lot of these guys are getting deplatformed every day, right? Censored, demonetized, deplatformed, you name it. So I do think people are stepping up. What is stepping up looking like? I guess that would vary, but I think people are stepping up for the truth. I do. And I think men will always do that. As long as there's good men.
The difference is like an online warrior.
Yeah, right. Then physically, or right, you mean like in a physical way?
Very physical.
Because
civil war or something like that pops out.
Yeah.
It's physical.
Okay.
In other words, when you leave your home,
yeah,
if you don't have a weapon or prepare to defend yourself, what do you do?
Yeah. Then you would have to know how to defend yourself for sure. I sort of like, these guys are probably more knowledgeable, like Ivan Throne, in that regard when it comes to a civil war type thing. I personally don't think. Good night, Carolina. Have a good one.
Good night, Carolina.
I personally don't think that it's gonna come to that. Not to say it can't. I don't think it will. I could be wrong. And I don't think we should be bloodthirsty either, you know?
It's not bloodthirsty, but when I talked with Ivan, he had said something that, what a better time to be a man.
Yes, right.
Challenge, now is the time.
Yeah.
There's no better time.
Right.
We are actually living in the greatest times on earth.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have just go back.
Way you can go. We are living in the best times.
Yeah, we're living in times where our value as a man can be used, and not to say that it couldn't, but it really can be used even more so now. It's needed more than ever now, right? Because now shit's starting to hit the fan. Whereas before it was like shit was slowly kind of creeping up. Now it's starting to all hit the fan. So it's like, okay, now we got a mess on our hands. We got to clean up. So
I'm going to ask you guys a question. You guys go to your local store, Walmart, grocery store. You have a Black Lives Matter there, and they say to you, say Black Lives Matter. What do you say to them?
I've been there. I already experienced that firsthand in D.C.
Okay.
Not to my face, but from a protest. They came around the block and the guy had his little microphone.
What do you say if somebody says that to you to your face?
To my face? No, I wouldn't. I would try my best to not respond, but I sure as hell wouldn't respond.
Okay.
I don't think I would beat the shit out of them, but if they tried anything, I would surely defend myself. But I would try my best to neutralize the conflict for sure, first and foremost. But yeah, I don't bend to anything that is against my core values at all. No.
Gonzo, what about you?
Well, and in your question, you said, you know, they just say Black Lives Matter, right? I mean, I would just be like, well, of course, Black Lives Matter.
Sure, everyone knows that though.
Yeah, exactly.
But we all know and agree, probably right here between three of us on this panel, that Black Lives Matter is not a statement; it's a movement.
Absolutely,
there's a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that name is created to make people angry. It's like this. It's like if I just walked up to somebody and said like, it'd be like if I just said like disabled people's lives matter. It's like, who's saying they don't matter?
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
The phrase that all lives matter. If you were to say that to somebody, they would look at you or react violently to you.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. And to respond to a statement like that, to say all lives matter, is actually a positive statement. Because in reality, all lives do matter.
Yeah. And I don't even, typically when someone brings this up, I don't even, I feel like so many people know what's really going on here that I don't think we really need to try to, in my opinion, to like have, not us personally, but other folks to even like for me to get into a debate with someone or even tell someone my views on that, because I think we all understand what the hell is really going on. If you got something between your two ears, you know what the hell's going on. And if you have a kind heart and you truly don't have any hatred in your heart, you don't need to defend yourself about racism. You know what I mean? Because you know it. Like, I had a friend try to accuse me of that. It's like no, man, like I know my heart. So that's complete bullshit. I don't need to get into a discussion with you defending myself. So I just think it's completely silly, and it reinforces the anger, the dysfunction, and the hate behind all of this stuff, you know? If that makes any sense. And I kind of come and I see where people want to go with this, and I kind of come from the standpoint of, and a lot of people might not like this, but I come from a standpoint of not, don't get me wrong when I say compassion, you know, I don't mean surrender or getting disrespected or getting bullied. I don't mean that, but I mean like what we were describing earlier about anger, you know, having compassion for people. Because if we get hatred,
there's nothing wrong with compassion. It's what you don't want is pity for people.
No pity, no pity.
Two different things.
Yeah.
So
you kind of see,
or even empathy. Empathy is kind of, empathy and sympathy are two different things. You don't sympathy.
It's sort of like when a kid is acting out, like when a child is acting out. Do you reason with that child? Do you argue with that child? No. You don't argue or reason with a child. You either ignore it or you discipline it, you know? And you don't use, you know, there has to be a lesson being taught, but it's not going to be taught through reasoning or conversation. It's just not. So that's sort of the approach that I take, is having compassion for a you know, say like a outrageous or a child that's being very bad, you know, having compassion and understanding for that kid. You know, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. Like, instead of just, you wouldn't fly off the handle and punch your own kid in the face if they pissed you off, you know? You might would, but I don't think that's going to be the best way to go about it. You know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like because when you have compassion, you know, you understand that it's like, I could easily be that person. You know, a lot of people would not come out and say, oh, I would have been one of those Nazis during World War II.
Yeah.
But there were Nazis, and
yeah.
I'm sure they didn't believe they would do those things they did either, but they did.
Under the right circumstances, you know what I mean? No one would, no one can be susceptible. That's why it's so important creating a good environment for kids to be raised in. You know, to teach them right from wrong. But that's sort of the approach that I take in all this, and I think most people understand that. I don't think that's an issue, and that's why I don't think it's going to come to a serious thing where people are in the streets. Like, I know there may be situations, but I don't think it's going to be like a national thing where people have to, like, when they walk out their house, get in a gunfight. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to come to that. Now, I think certain areas may have situations of that, but I hope and pray that it don't come to that, because we all know what that's going to look like. You know what I mean?
Don't you guys think it's time for a reset?
Yeah.
How do you reset without violence, without war?
Well, there will be some violence. I think there will be cases where violence is necessary. But, like, just to say we have to call on violence from everyone, I don't think is, in my opinion, is
some people aren't capable of it, though. That's what you got to realize.
Capable of what?
Of violence.
Right. Yeah. And those people, you mean like those people that can't defend themselves?
No, just people in general.
Okay, yeah.
They're not capable of. They've lived this whole life to where when shit hits the fan, what do?
They wave the white flag, in other words?
Wave the white flag or sit in their home and wait for somebody to come in and kill them.
Yeah. I feel like the right thing is gonna happen with all of this. I really do. I feel like the right thing is gonna happen, and whatever that looks like, I'm ready for it. You know.
Have you ever heard of the idea that every 80 to 90 years is like a reset, and there's a huge war that comes on?
Yeah.
We're at that point.
Yeah, we very well could be.
No.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
But I will say, well, yeah, I mean, because America's been around about almost 250 years, rounding up.
Right.
And so, and it's still standing. We still have, everything in place. Like I said, I think if it did break out into civil war, I think it'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a nightmare, but I think it would definitely be a bad thing. But at some point,
it would call the herd, is what it would do.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't take it personally. Nothing in life is personal. Like this whole thing about Black Lives Matter, how they hate. They hate the white man, or they hate the white supremacy, this white supremacists, so-called, and all this stuff. It's not really personal. They don't really hate them. It's like the same thing with the with the Jews in Germany and stuff like that. And what I mean to say is that obviously the Germans hated the Jews, but it wasn't because of a skin color. It wasn't because any of that. It was because they had been told that the Jews were having it better than everybody else. And so therefore it was justified, they're trying to take over the world or whatever. So it's justified to basically kill them. And that's what they did. And that's what's happening right now. It's not anything personal. It's that they believe that, well, there's this racial tension and
propaganda and lies. It's propaganda and lies.
They believe lies.
And that's why you gotta teach your kids teach them ideologies and indoctrinate your kids with good things, with good spirits, because the evil spirits are everywhere. And that's why within your home, it's important that you're doing that work with your children, with your wife, with your husband. And so when they do step outside that door and they are inundated with the bullshit, what you've taught them in the home is stronger than what they're going to be taught out there, because they're going to be exposed to it. They will. And you just have to make sure what the good they're being taught at home is stronger than what evil is going to teach them on, outside the doors of your home. And I think that is the solution. And I believe in making your bed at home first. I feel like if everyone made their own bed, it would make a huge difference. And I think it all gets back on track with, like, a lot of these guys believe in getting the family back together, getting the family unit strong again. And I know there's a lot of things that has to happen for that to, come into play. But I think that's where it starts and ends. So, but as far as good and evil, there will always be evil. Always. And I think every time evil rears its ugly head, good chops it down. It always has throughout the course of history. So, yeah.
Well, you have a good outlook. I'll give you that.
Oh, I have a positive outlook. Yeah, I have a very positive outlook. I do. And it's genuine, too. It's not, I'm just trying to, like, put on a happy face or anything. No, it's a genuine, positive outlook for the future, I see guys like the guys in the manosphere that are speaking out against a lot of these things. And it's are speaking for a lot of things and speaking against a lot of it. It ain't just about speaking against things. It's about speaking for a lot of things that are truthful. And when I see that, it's encouraging. Like we were talking about inspiration, it's inspiring. And I think it brings out that in a lot of people, because that's what happened to me. I was inspired by other guys that are in the manosphere. So it's a fire, and it catch fire, right? But I do have a very positive outlook. And yeah, I like to focus on the solutions more so than the problems. But I think we're on the right track, and I have a lot of hope that it's going to turn out really well. I do. So, and even if it don't, I'm okay with that. Don't get me wrong.
I like what Gonzo said. He said it would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of guys are ready to go out there and get boots on the ground and do some shit about this,
It's not about shit, it's about just standing up.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, let me just say, like, I'm definitely, like I said, I definitely wouldn't want there to be a civil war. Like, I wouldn't want there to be violence in the streets and everybody shooting each other and killing each other and all that sort of thing. But if it were to happen, it'd be like, why not have fun? What, are you going to be miserable the whole time? You got to live your life somehow. And you're standing up for what you believe in. So
why have we lost that?
Propaganda, lack of father figures, lack of the family unit, and propaganda. That's the only thing that I could think of. Lack of good men in the homes to teach kids that the good values have to outweigh the bad doctrines, the bad evil agendas when the kids step out the door. You don't have the good agendas being taught in the home. So when they see it out there, they're sucked into it easily.
Yeah, but you got guys like Gonzo who, it sounds to me like your family life wasn't perfect. But how did you produce this? How did you produce yourself into a quality human being to where you're going to stand up for what you believe in? You're going to stand up for.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
That's a really good question, because I've asked other people similar questions, like, because you see people, they've been like abused their whole lives and they've been just treated like total dirt, and they turn into the strongest, best people. And some people, they have the exact same, or not the exact same, but they have similar things happen to them, and they turn into wretched, horrible, evil people. So, where is the distinction? Like, what makes a person go to either side of it? I mean, for me, it was all wrong. It was like the wrong politics. It was like, I grew up in a very Democrat household. I grew up in a very kind of I want to say like lackadaisical. Is that the right word? Like a lackadaisical sort of Christianity. It was. It just went to hell in a handbasket, and I think I knew that it was wrong, and I could sense that something was wrong. It was my normal, but I also believe that I was totally powerless to it, and so I think, I don't know. I think when you get a taste of what it actually means to stand up and have something to defend and to actually believe in something, because most young people don't believe in anything at all.
Or they're being taught to believe something that is completely
But
evil.
let me ask you a question. Don't you think that everybody, no matter how you were brought up, how you were raised, you know the difference between right and wrong?
I mean, I think so. I think so. I mean, it's tough to say, because I mean, I know for myself that I could
I don't
feel when
think so.
things were wrong. Well, I could feel when things were wrong, and like I was told that they were right. It's like, yeah, this is right, but deep down, I had something inside that was like, I don't know how I feel about this.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I remember.
I think it's. Go ahead, Gonzo.
I was saying, like, I remember my parents, my mom specifically, kind of telling me what to believe about abortion and that sort of thing. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a woman's body and she can do whatever she wants and that's fine, and that's your belief on abortion. I'm giving that to you. And I remember thinking deep down, it's like, I don't know anything about this. Why are you trying to tell me what to believe in? And so I don't know. I think I questioned absolutely everything. And thankfully, I had the resources to be able to look outside the bubble of my existence. So
Was it painful? Was it painful to see, to like be like, wait a second, I question this. I don't like this. Was it painful to be like, I need to grow? Did you realize at any point you needed to grow away from it?
Oh yeah. No,
And that was that painful. That was very painful, wasn't
it
it?
was painful, and it makes you angry. It's like, wow, I've been lied to my whole life.
Yeah, yeah.
So you said the word painful. Why is? Do you think that people are just afraid of feeling uncomfortable, painful, uneasy?
Part of it.
That could be it. Yeah. I think it's partially the comfort of it, and it's like, again, it's like you're in your little bubble. It's like, this is what I know, and this is
right.
Yeah.
It's sort of like you don't know what you don't know, and you believe what you were taught to believe. You know, and if all you see is one thing, then you're gonna assume that this one's bad and this one's right, when it could be the complete opposite. And like Jesse Lee Peterson talks about, I don't want to quote him, but he speaks on like God, men are made in God's own image. Like, in other words, we are like basically a part, like we're the closest to God that you can get in human form, the man. Correct? Is that basically what he talks about?
Yeah, kind of.
So
Yeah.
if you remove that out of the home, then what do you have? You have no form of God in the home at all. You have no form of good in the home, period. And if you don't have any form of good in the home, what do you expect is going to happen? What the hell do you expect to happen? You know, and the kids just see that. These kids grow up, they don't see anything Christ-like. You know, if they do, very little of it. And so what do you expect? This is what you get when you do that. What the hell can you expect? Why would you expect it to be any different? You know, and that's just my take on it. I know it's very simple and cut and dry, but
You're actually very optimistic.
Yeah, I am.
You are. You have a positive outlook. I think we have three very
different
opinions on the
current events. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's good. We can kind of.
I don't think they're bad opinions by any means. I don't myself. I don't invite, or do I want any type of confrontations or anything, anything like that. But
Yeah. When is it necessary?
I'm conflicted on whether it's necessary.
Yeah. 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 I don't think it's necessary until it is. And when it is, I mean, I know it sounds crazy to say that, but when it is, I don't know. And I think if it is necessary, we'll know. You will know without a shadow of a doubt when it is necessary, and when it's not. That's just what I think.
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, I know I'm speaking very practical here, or very like whatever the hell you want to call it, but I just don't see any.
I think it's an optimistic view on what's going on, and there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I see where you're coming from, where Ivan Throne's coming from. From what I feel like I understand, it's like is when is the time for us to say, okay, this is enough, we're putting our foot down, we're coming to take back.
Enough is enough.
Enough is enough, and we're coming to take back what we feel is the right thing.
I don't think I'm coming to take anything, but I'm not going to back down to anyone, anywhere.
In other words, when to go on the offense, basically, right? The offensive.
Yeah, in a way, I think it's time for offensive moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think.
How much can you take? Somebody's beating you into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's beating you. Mm-hmm. How much do you take?
Yeah. Everyone has their point for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I like what Ivan said in the interview when he was saying how basically things are set up in such a way where they're just trying to prolong this gray period between having, sort of things being bad, but not bad enough to where people are actually going to go violent about it. And it's just a point of keeping that period of time as long as possible. So, and infinitely, in perpetuity, so basically we'll just install the tyranny in the country or whatever. We'll install the tyranny, and then, we're going to make the transition so slow, and we're just going to basically demoralize people so slowly that, nobody's going to want to pull the trigger. Nobody's going to want to take action on it because it's not that time yet. It's not bad enough. It's not aggressive enough.
When is it bad enough? That's the question. I asked him a question. And he answered it. I asked him, when is violence necessary? Mm-hmm. And his response was, if I remember correctly, when you've had enough.
Yeah.
But that would look differently to different people, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would.
Mm-hmm.
To me, having enough is somebody would tell me to take a knee, or somebody me to bow down to them.
Oh yeah,
it's never going to happen.
No.
What did Michael Foster say? About. Remember what he said? If a guy had a gun to his head.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he said if he said
Jesus is your Lord and Savior, not. Mm-hmm. He said no, of course. Let it be.
Yeah.
So when do we gauge when enough is enough?
When it comes to that point where it's like your values, right? When it comes to that crossroad, that's the point. When it comes to the crossroad.
One of the most important things when I had that talk with him was when he said, who wants to be the first one?
Mm-hmm. Well, is it a matter of who wants to, or is it?
It only takes one. And it usually takes that guy to give his life, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. But if you look at it that way, is it a matter of who wants to, or is it a matter of who's going to come to that breaking point first, where they come to that crossroad? I mean, no one wants to come to that crossroad, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't think people want to come to that crossroad. Is it a matter of who comes to that crossroad first?
To me, like, is that a weakness? Is that a weak person, a weak man?
What would be weak?
Not realizing or not confirming that that's it. You've had enough.
Yeah, I think every strong man knows that every strong man knows that crossroad. Now, I will say it can pertain to all aspects of life. We come to crossroads and we bend, you know, and it's not even just with current events. It could be in your relationship. You bend. Yeah, I think weak men do bend when they come to those crossroads, and that's a problem. I think you need to use wisdom, but I also think you don't bow down. And so I do think we do come to that crossroad. But as far as being weakness, yeah, it's weak to give in. You know, it's weak to give in, but it's you know, only once you get to that crossroad, you know, is my opinion. When you get to that crossroad, don't bend. You know, if it's against your core values, never bend. If it's evil versus good, never bend. When you're standing for good, never bend. And I think that's kind of the answer to your question, at least the answer that I could give you, is when you come to that crossroad, that's the point. You know, and hopefully no one has to come to that crossroad, but it may happen to some people or everyone. But when it comes to that point, that's when you take the offensive and say no or say yes, you know.
Well, when does that crossroad come when it comes to, you know, the Chinese virus?
Yeah.
On a personal level?
Yeah, I mean, like, because like in your area, it sounds like very lax, right? But we're already at a point where it's like, yeah, we might consider, you know, putting a barcode on you with, you know, injecting in your vaccine and stuff.
Okay, so for instance, Tony, someone that came to that crossroad when it comes to the coronavirus is the guy that I brought up with the talk with Michael Foster. This man named Tony Spell. He's a pastor in Baton Rouge. He did not close his doors. He came. That was his point. It was like, okay, close your doors. He said, no, I'm not closing my doors. People need to come to my church. They need to hear this message. They need their gospel. They need their truth. And I'm not closing my doors. That was his crossroad. And guess what? He stood for it. They put him in jail. They brought him to jail they arrested him for disobeying the governor's orders. Now he's lawyered up and he's fighting it all the way as far as he needs to fight it. And he's doing well with it. And he's winning a lot of his cases, I believe. But that was his crossroads when it comes to that. So a lot of these churches that closed their doors and they didn't want to or didn't believe in it, they bowed. Sure, they did. They bend their knee to the coronavirus, you know. So I guess that would be on a personal scale. You know, I mean, I don't know if that sort of clarifies anything, but you just have to do your part when you come to that crossroad. If you do come to the crossroad, stand for what you believe in. That's all I can say. You know.
So if it's 100 to 1, you still stand for what you believe in?
You have to, yeah. You have to.
Every day when I leave my home, whether I go to the grocery store, whether I go to a big box store, whether I go to a home improvement store, it's 100 to 1 for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't wear a silly mask.
Mm-hmm.
I know that a bandana on my face, I know that I don't even know what you call them now, where they're stretchy things they pull up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Does absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Nothing. And if your conviction's that strong and you say I'm not gonna wear it, then that's something you have to listen to. No matter what anyone else is doing, you have to listen to your own convictions. You know, that's what I think. So whatever that looks like, I don't know. What is
we talk about this China virus. I have a friend of mine that I went to high school with that died. I mean, from what I can see, he died of coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't. He was a healthy guy, worked out. He was a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
It breaks my heart that he passed.
Mm-hmm.
But because it was, did I say affect me personally? Of course it did. But it doesn't change my stance on where I am. And I think
Hell no.
that this same guy wouldn't bend a knee. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think this same guy, if he was here right now, would stand by me in my conviction.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Knowing that he would die from it. Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah,
I
I mean-
always.
I mean, let's get real about this. So many people die of the flu every year. Have we seen the flu statistics recently? Do you think we'll ever see them?
No, because every time somebody gets sick, it's corona now.
Of course it is.
There is no more cold and flu or anything like that. It's corona. So, I mean, you know, like I said before, like how many people? I think the people that don't see the bullshit and all this is the minority. The people that don't see it is the minority. The majority see this shit. They see it, and it's politics. And unfortunately, it takes a lot for the civilian to stand against the government or government orders, like the governor, because you know I believe Trump has allowed this to be a state by state thing, right? Governors can kind of dictate whether they go into lockdowns or not. You know, which I have my personal opinions on that, but anyway, yeah, I mean, I kind of take the approach like I'll eat coronavirus for breakfast and shit it out for dinner. You know,
I agree.
yeah, I don't give a damn about it. And so, I mean, I think most people feel that way. I think most people feel that way.
I do have compassion for people that have died from it.
Yeah,
And that have
yeah.
passed from it.
But I have compassion for people that die from clogged arteries too, you know?
I would prefer to know the people that actually pass from it. In other words, if you have an underlying condition, I'm sorry. And yeah, I have compassion for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a scam.
If you were older
Mm-hmm.
and passed from this, that's
Mm-hmm.
my heart is broken for you.
Mm-hmm.
But what I don't want to see is a guy that died from a motorcycle accident that happened to have coronavirus
Mm-hmm.
or tested positive, which we don't know if those tests are accurate. We really don't.
Mm-hmm.
Be labeled as a coronavirus death.
Yeah, and people know that though. People know that those numbers are not right. You know.
Yeah. Not really, though.
Yeah, the news is brainwashing people. You know, but I think if you can think for yourself, you can kind of see it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like here we go again with my positive outlook, right?
So a 32nd inch of cloth is going to stop a virus that's, I forget how many microns that can even pass through an N95 mask.
Yeah. Yeah. And who can't see that, right? Who really cannot see that? You know,
A lot of people.
yeah, you're right. But I think that's the minority, though. I do. Like I got a positive outlook, you know. But what can I say? I mean, what are we gonna do about it, though? That's kind of like solutions, right? What are we gonna do about it?
What is your local supermarket there?
Oh, we have Winn-Dixie's too.
Okay. When you
Yeah.
go to the Winn-Dixie,
Yeah.
do you wear a mask?
No. What I do though, what I have done in the past is put one on, and then as soon as I get in, like walk past security and the people there and all that shit, I'll just pull the damn thing off.
Okay. What's the percentage of people that are wearing masks?
99.9%.
I would say the same thing.
So yeah, that proves the point, you know. Yeah, and I love it. I really enjoy. I love like, hey, hello, like, you know, and you know, it's funny too because the more the news pushes it, the more people want to tell people the non-mask wearers. The more the media is hyping it up, the more people are apt to tell. The media now it's starting to get hyped up again, but the news it had calmed down for a little bit in the news, and so people wasn't so hard up about non-mask wearers as they were when the corona first started happening. So
I can tell you right now, personally, I know so many hypocrites.
yeah, of course.
So I know people and even friends of mine who, whether they go to the gym, all of a sudden now in the gym, it's okay to not wear a mask.
Oh yeah, of course.
I've had people tell me they've had coronavirus. Have you had a test? No. So then how do you know? Well, I know I had this symptom. You're full of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you don't know.
Yeah. It's pissing a lot of people off.
Elon Musk just had a test. He took 4 tests. 2 came back positive, 2 came back negative.
Yeah. I know someone that got tested positive for it, then they got tested for the antibodies like a month later and didn't have the antibodies. But they tested positive for it. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Well, did you guys hear about the papaya and the goat and the pigeon that tested positive for coronavirus in Brazil?
No.
Papaya?
They tested a papaya in Brazil and it came out positive.
I thought that's what you said, a papaya. I'm like,
a papaya. Yeah. They
I'm like,
tested
papaya. But I don't. I know it's pissing a lot of people off. You know, I know a lot of people are pissed off. But yeah, what are the solutions? I want to hear what the solutions are.
The solution is to not wear a mask and absolutely understand that it's horse shit.
Yeah, inform yourself, right?
The flu, it's a cold.
Yeah, turn off the news. Inform yourself with facts. That's all. That's all you can encourage people to do. Is turn off the damn news. Turn off the.
People might get upset at me for that. Yeah, I've had somebody that I know that supposedly my uncle. This is my uncle that died in a nursing home where my aunt couldn't even see him. He was cremated. This is up in New England. He was also in pretty poor health. I'm going to say he was in his mid to late 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody asked me, is it, in other words, everybody's like, I've heard so many people, well, my brother's, uncle's, cousin's, wife's, sister's, brother's, half-sister's, mother's father died of coronavirus.
Yeah. Or my favorite is you feel that way because you don't know anyone close to you that died with it. And it's like, I would still feel this way. It's like, I know people close to me that died with a heart attack or diabetes, or
okay. Supposedly now all the other ailments that we have in all the United States, as far as cancer, things like that, nobody's dying of that anymore.
No. It's political. That's just the fact of the matter. It's all political. And, that's all you can do, really, is just defy it, stand up against it, talk, tell people to be informed, encourage people to I mean, just think if people walked into the grocery store, everyone that went into the grocery store that day and said, fuck you, I'm not wearing a mask. What are they going to do? Seriously. What are they going to do? What if the entire state said, fuck the governor, I'm not doing none of this shit? What's the governor going to do? Really, what is he going to do? You know, if people stop listening, if everyone stopped listening to the bullshit as a whole, the citizens would be running the show, not the fucking shit show politicians. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you got too many people that have sucked up the news for their entire life, and yeah, some of them do have underlying conditions. You know, that's why it's important to keep your health in check. But people are just not informed, and they're easily swayed by propaganda. So unfortunately, the people that do know the truth, or at least stand up for the truth, are few. They're few. Like the non-mask wearers, the people that say, you know what, look, I'm not going to shame you for wearing a mask. Don't make me wear one. Don't make me wear one. Those people are few and far in between. But politics will be politics, you know. But y'all have a kick-ass governor in Florida, right, Tony?
Of course we do.
Yeah. We got a fucking beta male douchebag for ours. So
yeah.
Like I said, here in Texas, they outlawed the term. I don't know in what way it's outlawed, but they outlawed the term Chinese virus.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you can't say it, which is kind of
weird. Well, you can say China virus. You said Chinese virus.
China virus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But
I'm positive. You know, I'm positive about all of this. That's just me. So that's my story. That's all really I can say about it. Like the whole crossroads thing, I think is something that you can kind of put in your pipe and smoke it, per se, is the whole crossroad thing. As far as like when you come to that crossroad, that would be my answer. But that's all I can really say about it at this point. You know, and I hope it ends the best way possible, and I believe it can, and I think it will. You know, I know there'll be some bad that happens, but I hope there's the least amount as possible, because, you know, just, you know, that's it really for me.
Well, Gonzo, any closing comments? I think we'll wrap it up.
Closing comments. Well, I mean, when this country started, there was typhoid going around. People were dying of infections all the time.
Yeah.
And the founding fathers did not say, let's put in a mandate here that if some disease breaks out, let's force everybody to wear masks and shut down the economy and everything. So I think that kind of answers that question. I think people need to stand up, and I think maybe that's our duty for those of us who are less afraid. Give some encouragement to those who are.
Yeah,
dude, I like that. Give some encouragement to those who are afraid. Yeah,
and
that's the truth. But the problem is that I think a lot of those people are so brainwashed right now and so frightened. Because they turn on CNN, they turn on ABC, they turn on
NPR.
Yeah, they turn on all these stations. I don't care if it's Fox. I don't care what station is. Listen to the radio. Watch their local news. Just absolutely obliterate them with this just without really any facts.
Yeah. I think what we can say too is, y'all would probably agree with this, is if you're scared, if someone out there is scared or feels misinformed or feels misled, turn to a father figure. Like, search for answers in someone that you trust as a strong male. You trust as a strong man. Seek answers. Turn to the strong men in your community. Whoever that may be, your uncle, your your friend's dad. Maybe your friend has a great, strong dad. Like if you're a young man or a young woman, turn to strong men for answers. You know what I mean? Turn off the damn news, and if you want to truly find answers, look within and turn to strong men for answers. So, yeah. That's about all I can say.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, you know, that's a great ending for sure.
Yeah.
But I think people have to rely on their instincts, know the difference between right and wrong, good and evil, and say why, you know, why have I been wearing this mask? Why haven't I been hiding in my home for, I mean, realistically, so we're talking 8 months now before it really kicked off. You know, why have I been doing this?
Yeah.
Why have I lost income? Why have I haven't seen my family members? You know, why am I relying on the government now to pay me for my time off?
Yeah.
Has it really made a difference?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I trust what the government is telling me? That's a big issue right there. Do I trust what polls and all these tests supposedly? You know, you look at Donald Trump where he made a good statement. We're testing more than anybody in the whole world.
Yeah. Yeah.
And out of those tests, how many of those are reliable?
Yeah.
I mean, the papaya tested positive, so they got to be super reliable.
I am so glad I'm not a papaya right now.
A what?
A papaya.
Papaya. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bad year for papayas.
Do you guys know that? I'm going to be honest with you. My life hasn't changed. It's everybody else around me whose life has changed.
2 words: self-employment.
Yeah.
It's not even that. It's like
right. True. Yeah. Yeah. I hate to see some of these people lose their businesses, their means of providing for their family because of restrictions. I have a friend who's a barbershop owner, and he's like, we've complied with everything. And he's like, I've lost so much clientele, I've lost so much money over the past few months. I need to be compensated. I'm pissed. I followed all their bullshit rules, followed all their regulations. I want to get compensated for the money that I lost. You know, that's his little take on it. He's pissed, you know. He feels slighted, for sure. But anyway.
Yeah, but you can't rely on the government. That's another way to me of like,
yeah.
I never got PPP, which is the Paycheck Protection Program.
Yeah, right. No, I agree. Yeah. Yep.
So again, my world hasn't changed. It's everybody else around me who have changed.
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah.
My life hasn't changed much besides being harassed about wearing a mask. That's it.
I haven't been. I haven't
really?
been. No.
Nobody I've been kicked out of the store.
Nobody says a word.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's cool. You know, and then I guess the businesses or places that do harass you, you just find one, don't go back to it. Find one that doesn't harass you, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't had that. I mean, I just I've been, you know, anywhere from the mall to local stores, grocery stores, and I just don't comply.
And no one's harassed you.
I don't see people falling in the streets like they said it was going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. I can't believe they even said that.
Yeah. I remember my buddy messaged me when all this first started, and in like February or March or something like that. And he said, oh man, I think this is going to be a big deal. And I looked at all the numbers and it's like 80 people have died. And I'm like, what? Like, no, man, I think this is going to blow over in like 2 weeks. And he's like, no, man, I don't know. I think it's like 50-50. I think like something will happen, but I think it's a really big deal. And I'm like, and they had him scared at 80 people dying in China. This is before it had gone international. Before any cases reported anywhere else. 80 people had died, and they're like freaking out.
I trust my immune system to fight stuff off. I'm not afraid of germs or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not afraid of that.
Eat some dirt, man. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. I've eaten plenty of dirt. Tackle football.
Like, I mean, there's so much in our world that can kill you. There's so many ways to die that it's like you're going to be worried about coronavirus. I mean, there's a million other viruses you could be worried about. You could be worried about a car accident. You could be worried about maybe, I don't know, somebody breaking into your home and trying to kill you with all the lockdowns. So
I saw something that was like, people aren't pissed at you because you're not wearing a mask because they think that you're going to get them sick or some shit. They're pissed because you're exposing their cowardice, you know, their inability to stand against the virtue signaling or the fear mongering, you know. That's why they're really mad that you don't wear a mask. It's not that they're afraid you're going to get them sick. You know what I mean? And I agree with that to a large extent. But
I agree 100% with you. I had put on my Instagram or my Twitter, I forget, it's been a long time, but I said, I think I kind of said wearing a mask is the new virtue signaling.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. It is.
You know, but not only does your mask have to work, it's got to be, it has to be compliant with your wardrobe also. In other words, could you imagine going out in public and your mask not matching your shirt and your pants?
Yeah, the fact that people are making it a fashion statement, right?
Yeah.
Does that really piss you off?
More than I can tell you. It doesn't piss me off. It's just we have some lady who they call her the masked some shit. I forget what it is. The mask marauder or some bullshit on one of the Facebook group pages.
Yeah.
So fucking proud of wearing her fucking mask.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And I think it's I think a lot of it is a front, like you said, the virtue signal. But my whole thing with the fashion statement mask, it's like you're basically it's like full acceptance. At this point now you're gonna make it.
Have sewed their mask at home with a, with a 32nd of an inch of regular cloth that does abso-fucking-lutely nothing.
Yeah, no, but the way I see the custom made mask, it's like you've accepted mask to the point where it's like now you're just gonna make it a fashion statement. Like it's never gonna go away. It's like matching your shoes with your belt or something. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, fine. I mean, whatever. I guess it's still a mask in my opinion, though. So I don't really give a shit.
Says, this is the one thing that irritates me.
Yeah.
When somebody says, "Oh, just wear the mask."
Yeah. Yeah.
Because what comes after that is just take the vaccine.
Yeah. Or
get on the edge of the ditch.
Yeah. What about the guys that are like,
we can shoot you?
Yeah. Yeah. Gas chambers, right?
Process.
Yeah. What about the guys that are like, I'm just doing my job? You know, that's another thing. It's like, oh, you're allowing this to happen because you're just
if somebody has to if it was the difference between me losing my job and not wearing a mask, I would wear the mask. I wouldn't be happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
But if
You're
it's,
being honest.
it's
You're
your
being
bread and
honest.
butter,
Yeah.
if it's your lifeline,
Yeah.
more power to you.
Yeah, you're being honest at least for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I
And
said,
that's your values, and that's the only thing that's your code to live by. When we talked about what does being a man mean, that's basically what I'm referring to. Is standing by your code, standing by your values, not bending, you know. But also, you know, not doing it in the right way, I should say. But anyway, that's my thoughts on everything.
Well, man, you have a good outlook. I'll give you that. I like to think that I have a good outlook too on what's going on. You have a very positive mental attitude, and I think that's healthy for sure.
Yeah.
Myself, I don't want to call myself a realist, but I like to call myself
a realist.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but
yeah,
it's not like
Pragmatist?
I kind of like maybe a pragmatic approach to
pragmatic approach, yeah,
would be a better term to use.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have nothing against, you know, from this stream. If people think I have something against people that wear masks, no, I don't. That's your choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's also my choice not to.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's where I stand too.
Because it's America.
Yeah.
Yep.
So no, I'm not going to just wear the mask. You can just go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'll let you know how the cow ate the cabbage.
There you go.
Yes.
I hope people found some value in this live stream, because we touched on a lot of different things, you know.
There was some hot fire tonight, so.
Well, at least we got to play a little guitar and see if the live stream guitar worked, and we'll work on that again for sure.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was fun.
Yeah,
it was nice to have Carolina in here.
Yeah, it was nice to have her pop in for a little bit. Bring
Yeah.
bring some of her energy into the stream, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
it was good.
Any last words?
All I have to say is the last thing, and I felt like I've said.
Better not be positive.
Yeah, just I feel like turn to the strong men around you, to the young folks out there like me, like Gonzo, like Tony. No, turn to guys like Tony. Turn to strong men. That's all I can say. Educate yourself. Be knowledgeable. Don't be blind and turn off the damn news. That's it. That's my closing statement.
Gonzo, how about you?
Yeah. What can I say? I mean, just brainwash yourself with the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I like that.
I mean, I think Elliot Hulse said something like that a long time ago. But I mean, it's true. I mean, you just dig your head in enough history books and dig your head into just everything. Read about everything. Listen to everything.
I enjoyed it, fellas. It was a good one.
It was amazing.
All right. It was amazing. I appreciate you guys, man. You know, we spent 5 hours, 39 minutes, and 37 seconds right now. And it's a lot of time out of all our lives, but I do appreciate your time and appreciate the value that you guys bring for sure. And we're going to keep doing this. And, you know, we're going to build something here for sure. You know, and eventually, you know, we'll have more people on this live stream that are going to be willing to participate in a live panel, a live discussion. And that is this Saturday night platform is a live panel, live discussion with live human beings. Whether we disagree or agree, that's okay. But that's what it's here for, and that's what we're going to build. So,
You said it.
You know, But I am Tony Bruno. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Parler, T21 Surfer. Obviously, share this video, like this video, subscribe to my channel. Man, how does everybody find you?
Find me at Mantidote on Instagram and Primal Man on YouTube.
And Gonzo?
And that'd be Gonzo School on YouTube and Twitter, or gonzoschool.com. Either way.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, it's been a good night, and we'll do this again. We'll do this live style stream on Saturday and Thursday nights at 8. We will have a special guest. So appreciate you guys, and everybody have spent this time on a Saturday night. I appreciate you also, for sure. So,
Same. Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Right on.
peace, everybody.
Thank you.
See you, Gonzo.
Thank you.